God is not a reality. He is your greatest invention. You created Him because you were afraid of the vast darkness and being alone in this universe. He is your psychological insurance, a security blanket to keep you from facing the truth of your own emptiness. Your belief is not a bridge to the divine, it is a wall that prevents you from ever experiencing it. Drop this invention, and for the first time, you will know what it means to truly exist. My beloved ones, life is not only what it appears to be. Much of it remains unseen, hidden beneath the surface of our daily routines, our anxieties, and our endless running. In fact, it is the truth that what is visible is almost nothing compared to that which remains invisible. Look at a tree. You see the branches reaching for the sky. You see the leaves dancing in the wind. You see the flowers smiling in the rays of the sun. But you do not see the roots, those deep, silent roots, without which this tree could not exist for a single moment. Those roots are hidden beneath the earth. And if someone were to forget those roots, the life of the tree would begin to wither away instantly. The tree that you see is entirely dependent on the tree that is hidden, the one that remains unseen. Human life is exactly the same. What we see on the surface is like the leaves spread out in the sky. But the divine, the source of life, is hidden deep within like the roots. If our connection with that divine source begins to fray, if we lose touch with our own roots, then the leaves, the flowers, and the branches of our lives begin to wilt. The root is invisible. God too is invisible. From where life sprouts and develops, that remains unseen. Perhaps it is necessary for it to be hidden. Every significant work in existence happens in the dark, in silence, in peace, and in solitude. If we pull the roots out into the sunlight to see them, they will stop working. They work in secret. In the same way, the divine works as the unmanifest within everything that is manifest. But we have become so focused on what the eyes can see that we have begun to think that what is invisible does not exist. We think in a very material way. If you take a poet, a lover, or a painter to a flower, they see something in that flower that the average person completely misses. If a painter talks about the beauty of the flower, you might ask, where is the beauty? I see color. I see shape, I see some minerals and chemicals, but where is this beauty you speak of? The one who loves the flower cannot extract the beauty and show it to you separately. He may even feel defeated in trying to explain it. Similarly, what is truly significant in life is visible only to those who have created a receptivity, a certain sensitivity within themselves. Without that sensitivity, you will remain blind to the most beautiful parts of your own existence. The tragedy of man is that he does not even see what is within himself. We are people wandering outside. Our eyes constantly scanning the external world. And before we know it, life comes to an end. We never even make an acquaintance with that which was inside us all along. This inner presence is what we call God. But how do we find it? This is the question that haunts every seeker. Before we can begin the search, we must understand the three levels of a human personality. The first is the body, the second is the mind, and the third is the soul. We are all identified with the body because the body is the outermost layer. It is immediately visible. You don't have to make an effort to see it. It is like seeing the outer wall of a building while walking on the street. You see the wall because it is on the outside, but the inner rooms are hidden from your view. Anything that is on the outside can be seen without effort. But to see what is inside, you must make an effort. You must go within. If someone wants to find the deity in a temple, they have to enter the temple. If someone only wants to see the walls, they can walk around the outside and return home. The body is the outer perimeter of the temple of our life. Inside the body is the mind. We get some glimpses of the mind because we feel sorrow, joy, anger, and love. The body feels hunger and thirst, but there is someone inside who receives these reports. The body itself cannot know these things. If your leg is in pain, the leg does not know it. The head does not know it has a headache. The pain is known by someone else. From this knowing, we get a slight hint that there is something like a mind within the body. We can estimate its existence, but even behind the mind, there is someone else. Of that someone, we have no inkling. We never even think of it. We are familiar with the walls of the temple. We are familiar with the corridors. But the sanctum sanctorum, the inner cell where the deity resides, to that we remain totally strangers. If you are listening to these words and you feel a resonance in your heart, it is because your soul is hungry for this truth. If you find value in these reflections, I invite you to subscribe to this channel and walk this path of silence with me. Your presence here, your likes and your comments are not just numbers. They are like flowers in a garden of consciousness. When you share these videos, you are helping another soul find its way back to its roots. And if you feel moved to support this work more deeply, you can explore the join button to become a member of our community, or use the super thanks feature to contribute directly to the continuation of these teachings. There are also e-books available for those who wish to dive deeper into these mysteries at their own pace. Now let us understand why we remain so far away from our inner center. There are certain reasons, and if we understand them, our inclination may begin to turn inwards. Just as there is hunger and thirst at the level of the body, there is also hunger and thirst at the level of the mind and the level of the soul. We spend our entire lives trying to satisfy the hunger of the body. If the body's needs are not met, it suffers. If you are hungry and don't get food, the body will cry out. Suffering is simply the body's way of saying it will refuse to cooperate if its needs aren't met. You must give it bread, water, air, clothes, and protection from heat and cold. But here is a very important point that you must understand. Satisfying the body's demands does not bring happiness. It only removes suffering. This is a subtle distinction. The nature of the body is such that if its needs are not met, it experiences pain. If the needs are met, the pain stops, and that is all. We call the absence of pain pleasure. When you get a good meal, you say you feel happy. When you get a good night's sleep, you say it was pleasant. But that pleasure is negative. It is merely the absence of suffering. It has no positive existential state of its own. You were hungry, you ate, and now the hunger is gone. You confuse this relief with bliss. This is why people who have everything, the rich, the comfortable, often become deeply troubled. They no longer have the pleasure of eating a meal because they are never truly hungry. They no longer have the pleasure of rest because they are never truly tired. A poor man's suffering is that his body is in pain. A rich man's suffering is that he finds no pleasure in anything. The body itself cannot give you bliss. It can only give you two kinds of pain. The pain of not having enough, or the pain of having too much. If you eat too little, it hurts. If you eat too much, it hurts. If you eat just right, there is no pain, but that is all. There is no positive happiness in the body. Those who live only at the level of the body never find true joy. Then there is the second level, the mind. The mind also has its hungers. It hungers for music, for literature, for love, for friendship, for art. The body is very grass, so its needs are grass, water, bread, shelter. The mind is subtle, so its needs are subtle. At the level of the mind, the situation is reversed. If you don't get music, you won't experience physical pain. An aboriginal person in the forest who has never heard classical music is not suffering because of it. A person who has never read great poetry is not lying awake at night in agony because they haven't read a specific book. If the mind's needs are not met, there is no acute suffering. But if they are met, there is a certain kind of pleasure. However, the pleasure of the mind is very fleeting. It is temporary. How long can you listen to music? How long can you stay immersed in a poem? How long can you hold the hand of your beloved? The mind always demands something new. If you hear the same song 10 times, you will get bored. If you are forced to hear it 50 times, you will go crazy. The mind lives on novelty. The body, on the other hand, lives on habit. The body wants the same thing every day, the same food at the same time, the same bed. The body is a machine that lives on repetition. But the mind says, give me something new, a new movie, a new book, a new partner, a new place. This is why in countries like America, where people live more at the level of the mind, there is so much restlessness. Everything must change constantly. People change their cars, their houses, and even their spouses with the same frequency. The mind is bored with the old, but this search for the new is also a trap, because the pleasure of the mind lasts only for a moment. You buy a new car, and for 1 second, your heart leaps with joy. The next second, the car is in the driveway, and the excitement is gone. Now your eyes are already searching for the next car, the next house. The mind is never satisfied. It only knows how to chase. The third level is the soul. The soul also has a hunger. Just as there is thirst in the body and thirst in the mind, there is a thirst in the soul. And the food for the soul is what we call the divine or religion. This is the ultimate hunger. Until the soul finds the divine, a person's life will remain a state of restlessness and unease. You may not even be aware of this inner hunger, but it will follow you like a shadow. You will always feel as if something is missing, as if something is lost. You have the house, you have the family, you have the success, yet a deep emptiness creeps inside you. This emptiness is the hunger of the soul. It is the soul saying that as long as you haven't found the source, everything else you have found is a deception. Until you have that realization which we call God, an unknown sorrow will overcloud your whole life. You will have moments of physical satisfaction and mental pleasure, but a permanent undertone of sadness and anxiety and anguish will stand behind you at all times. But the moment you get a glimpse of that inner reality, this restlessness vanishes completely. It is as if it never existed. And once you have that glimpse, it is never lost. You have to feed the body every day. You have to give the mind new entertainment every hour. But once you give the soul the divine, it is satisfied forever. There is no second demand. In the level of the body, there is only suffering or the absence of suffering. In the level of the mind, there is pleasure or the absence of pleasure. But in the level of the soul, there is either misery or bliss. To move from that misery to bliss is what religion is all about. It is the science of finding the food that satisfies the soul. People often ask me, Osho, we are so busy. We have factories to run, children to feed, offices to attend. Where is the time for this search? Where is the convenience? We start in the morning and return home exhausted. How can we search for God in such a busy life? These people are right in their own way, but they are operating under a misunderstanding. They think that the search for God is a competitive activity, that it is like a new job they have to add to their schedule. They think if they spend time on God, they will have less time for their business or their family. But I tell you, the search for the soul does not compete with the body or the mind. To earn bread, you cannot at the same time learn to play the lute. There is competition between physical labor and mental learning. If a poor man has to break stones all day, his hands become rough and hard. He cannot develop the sensitive fingers required to play a sitar. This is why, for thousands of years, the pursuit of the mind, art, music, philosophy was reserved for the wealthy and the kings. The poor were too busy breaking stones to have the convenience of music. But the soul is different. The soul does not take up space. Imagine this room is filled with 1,000 chairs. If someone wants to bring in one more chair, you will say there is no room. Every inch is occupied. But imagine 1,000 lamps are burning in this room. If someone wants to light one more lamp, would you say there is no room for more light? No, because light is not competitive. The light of one lamp does not push away the light of another. They merge. They occupy the same space. In fact, the more lamps you light, the more luminous the room becomes. The search for the soul is like that light. It does not require separate time. It is not a new action you have to perform. It is a new consciousness you bring to your existing actions. Whether you are breaking stones, building a house, running a factory, or cooking in the kitchen, the search for the divine has no conflict with what you are doing. Because the search for God is not an act, it is not a doing, it is an awareness. A man is breaking stones and another man is playing the sitar. Only one of these can be done at a time. But I say to you, a man can break stones and at the same time maintain such a consciousness that his search for the divine continues. In fact, the day your work and your search merge, your work will become even more skillful. Because with the search for the divine, your whole being begins to fill with peace and joy. A new music begins to vibrate in your very breath. There is a story of a poet who was passing by a temple being built. He saw a laborer breaking stones and asked, "My friend, what are you doing?" The laborer looked up with angry eyes and snapped, "Are you blind? Can't you see I am breaking stones?" The poet was startled. This man was filled with rage. He moved on and asked a second laborer the same question. This man didn't even look up for a long time. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he said, "What am I doing? Nothing, just earning a living for my children and my old parents." He was burdened, sad, and bored. Then the poet saw a third laborer. This man was breaking stones, but he was also singing. When the poet asked him, "Friend, what are you doing?" the man stood up with a dance in his step and a light in his eyes. He said, "I am building a temple for my Lord." All three men were performing the same physical act, breaking stones. One was doing it with anger, one with sadness, and one with joy. The act of breaking stones does not prevent anger, nor does it prevent sadness, nor does it prevent joy. There is no competition. This is what I want you to understand. Meditation has no conflict with your work. Whatever work you do, with awareness, with mindfulness, becomes a path to the divine. This is the secret of searching for God in a busy life. People ask, where should we meditate? In our house there is no space, the children are noisy, the neighbors are loud. These are wrong questions. The question is not where or when, but how. Meditation has nothing to do with time or space. It is a matter of attitude. It is a matter of your inner state. In fact, the more meditatively you work, the less busy you will feel. You will be active, but you will not be occupied. Look at someone like Gandhi. He did more work than almost anyone in the last century, yet he never cried out that he had no time. He was preparing for the divine in every small act he performed. If you feel this call, don't wait for a better time. There is no better time than this very moment. Let this be your first step. Start witnessing your actions. And if you want to support this journey and help us reach more people, I invite you to click the join button. Your support as a member helps us create more of these spaces for reflection. You can also show your appreciation through super thanks or by exploring our collection of ebooks. Every contribution helps keep this lamp of awareness burning. Now, let us dive deeper into a very important concept, the practice of non-attachment or asang bhav. Someone once asked me, Osho, you speak of being unattached. Does it mean I should become silent and just let everything happen? If someone is doing a job poorly and it causes a loss, should I say nothing? Non-attachment does not mean becoming a stone. It doesn't mean you stop acting. It means that while you are acting, you remain separate within. It is the state of being an actor in a play. Think of an actor playing the role of a king in a drama. His kingdom is stolen, his queen is taken away, and he cries and beats his chest on a stage. But deep inside he knows he is not a king. He knows his wife is waiting for him in the dressing room with a cup of tea. Outside he is weeping, inside he is untouched. This is asang bhav, performing your role with total efficiency, but knowing that you are the observer, not the role itself. If someone makes a mistake in your business, You should explain it to them. You should do what is necessary. But do it while knowing that it is part of the drama of life. Don't let it fill you with tension, anxiety, or suffering. Find a point within yourself that always remains outside of every situation. When you walk, realize that the body is walking, but I am not walking. How can the soul walk? It has no feet. When you speak, realize that the lips and the throat are speaking, but the soul is silent. When you eat, the body is eating, but the soul is in a state of eternal fast. This separate feeling must be practiced in every small ordinary act. When you eat, observe the hunger in the body and the food going in. You are the watcher. Slowly, a new center of consciousness will develop within you. Then you will see two things happening simultaneously: the world acting on the outside and you watching from the inside. This is why I say that non-attachment is a higher state than the traditional sannyas or renunciation. The monk who runs away to the forest is often just afraid. He thinks that if he stays in the market, he will get entangled. He is running away from the novelty that the mind seeks. But the true practitioner of non-attachment stays in the market, stays in the shop, stays in the family, and realizes that the waves are on the surface, but the depths of the ocean are silent. The mind is just the outer layer of our consciousness. It reacts to external stimuli. If someone pushes you, the mind says, I have been pushed, protect yourself. It is like the surface of the ocean. When the wind blows, there are waves, but deep down, there is absolute stillness. If you try to stop the waves by running away from the wind, you are making a mistake. Let the waves be. Understand that even while the waves are dancing on the surface, you are the unmoving center. I am thinking of holding a special gathering, not just for meditation, but for the practice of this non-attachment. 5 days, 7 days of living in the world, but with the consciousness of being alone. You are with your wife, your children, your friends, but ultimately you are alone. This realization must be deepened in every situation. Even when wealth is around you, realize it is outside of you. Even when the body is in pain, realize it is a disturbance on the surface, but you are the witness. Life is full of disturbances. If you think that by becoming a monk, you will find a place without disturbances, you are wrong. A monk has to worry about whether someone will steal his begging bowl or his loincloth. His mind remains the same. He may have changed his clothes, but his inner mechanism of anxiety is still there. The real change is not in changing the what of your life, but the who that is living it. If you understand that you are an actor in a grand play, then you can live life fully. There is no fear, no anxiety. You act your part with your wife, your children, your business, and you know that they too are acting their parts. If someone insults you, you know it is part of the drama. Your heart remains peaceful, even in the midst of turmoil. This is the only way liberation is possible. I want to take you on a journey that goes beyond words. If you are ready to explore this further, if you feel that your life is calling for a deeper meaning, then stay with me. This is just the beginning. We have much to discuss about the creation of joy, about witnessing, about the art of being a king. Before we move to the next part of our sharing, take a moment to reflect on what you have heard. If these words have touched a chord in you, please leave a comment below. What is the stone you are breaking in your life? And can you see yourself building a temple instead? Don't forget to like this video and share it with those who might be searching for their own roots. And remember, the join button is there for those who wish to support this mission of spreading awareness. Your contribution, whether through membership or super thanks, helps us keep this flame alive. I will continue to share these insights with you. For now, just remain in this silence for a moment. Feel your breath. Feel the witness inside you that has been listening to these words. You are not the listener. You are the one who knows that listening is happening. My friends, you often feel that life is just slipping away. Day after day, year after year. A certain fatigue begins to settle in. You look around and it seems as though you are gaining nothing, achieving nothing. You start to wonder, what is the use of such a life? What is the point of this endless running if I never arrive? The first thing you must understand is that we do not even realize what we have already received. We are so busy asking for more that we have forgotten to look at what has already been given. Life itself is such a magnificent gift, and it was given to you for free. But because it cost you nothing, you have no gratitude for it. You say, I want something else. I want success. I want wealth. I want a name. But if you were given all those things, your gratitude would still be absent. You would simply say, now I want something more. Life is an impossible event that has somehow happened to you. Think of it. There are billions of stars. billions of suns and billions of planets revolving around them. And on this tiny earth, life exists. This is a miracle of the highest order. On this earth, there are millions of species, and among them all, only man has been given a small spark of consciousness. This consciousness, this ability to know that you are, is a staggering mystery. But for us, these are just ordinary things. We say this life is useless because we haven't found some imaginary more. What more do you want? When such a grand event as life itself feels useless to you, then nothing in this universe will ever satisfy you. If a miracle like your own existence doesn't move you to dance, then even if you were given the keys to heaven, you would find something to complain about. Your very yardstick for measuring life is wrong. You are looking through the eyes of a beggar who only knows how to ask, never through the eyes of an emperor who knows how to see what he already possesses. You must learn to recognize the blessedness of life if you ever want to be happy. The difficulty is that whatever we have, we take for granted. We think it is just supposed to be there. Ask a blind man what it would mean to have eyes. He would tell you, I am willing to lose everything just to see for one moment. But you who have eyes never think about the joy of seeing. You have ears, but have you ever truly heard the silence of the night? Have you heard the song of the birds or the sound of the wind through the trees? You only realize the value of your ears when they are gone. You only realize the value of your eyes when the darkness descends. While you are alive, what are you doing with your life? If you live with the constant demand for something else, you will miss the now entirely. And I tell you, joy is not a ready-made item kept in a temple or a box waiting for you to find it. This is the great misunderstanding created by the religions of the world. They have given you the idea of a ready-made salvation, a pre-packaged bliss, as if it is a treasure hidden behind a door and all you need is the right key. This is a complete illusion. Joy, liberation, truth, none of these things are waiting for you somewhere else. They are created by how you live moment to moment. Joy is not a destination, it is a way of walking. It is a dynamic process, not a static state. Think of a man riding a bicycle. As long as he keeps pedaling, the bicycle stays balanced and keeps moving. If he stops and sits there, the bicycle falls. Joy is exactly like that. You cannot reach it and then sit down. You have to live it. If you don't live joyfully right now, then when will you? Are you waiting for a better time? There is no better time than this very moment. If you are waiting for all your problems to be solved before you can be happy, you will be waiting forever. Problems are a part of life. The waves will always be on the ocean. If you say, I will only swim when the waves stop, you will never enter the water. You must learn to take pleasure in the small things. Life is a collection of tiny moments. Great joy is nothing but a mountain made of small pebbles of happiness. But you are waiting for the mountain to appear all at once, so you ignore the pebbles. You are eating your food, but your mind is in the office. You are with your friends, but your mind is thinking about tomorrow. You are looking at the moon, but you are worried about your bank account. You are missing everything, and then you complain that you are tired of life. Of course you are tired. You are carrying the weight of the past and the anxiety of the future, and you are not even tasting the present. No one is responsible for your misery but you. If you are bored, it is because you are living in a boring way. If you are sad, it is because you are choosing to collect sadness. Try a small experiment for the next 24 hours. Decide that for one day, whatever happens, you will find a way to be joyful. If someone insults you, find a way to see the humor in it. If you are stuck in traffic, enjoy the extra time to just sit and breathe. If it rains, enjoy the sound of the water. Just for 24 hours, refuse to choose misery. You will be surprised to find that by the end of the day, a new atmosphere of happiness has gathered around you. It is a choice. I cannot imagine that anyone needs to be miserable unless they truly want to be. And no one can be happy unless they decide to be. We want to be happy, but the arrangements we make are all for misery. We are like people who sow seeds of thorns and then pray for roses. It doesn't work that way. If you want roses, you must sow roses. Every moment you are opening a door. There is a door to joy and a door to misery. Which one are you opening right now? If you learn the art of opening the door to joy in every situation, then eventually this accumulated joy becomes what we call bliss or enlightenment. It is not something that falls from the sky. It is something that grows in the garden of your own heart because you tended it every single day. Remember the story of Omar Khayyam. He used to say, I am practicing drinking wine in this life so that when I get to heaven and find the rivers of wine, I will be ready. People thought he was a drunkard, but he was saying something very deep. He was saying, if you have not learned to taste the small joys of this moment, how will you ever handle the infinite joy of the divine? If you cannot find beauty in a single leaf, how will you see the beauty of the entire forest of existence? You must squeeze every drop of juice out of the present moment. Live it so totally that nothing is left behind, no regrets, no unfinished business. Only then will your personality become strong enough to hold the vastness of the eternal. If you think that you can live any way you want now and then suddenly find God later, you are mistaken. Your habits are becoming stronger every day. If you practice misery for 50 years, you will be a master of misery. Even if God stands before you, you will find something wrong with him. You will say, why is he standing like that? Why is his light so bright? It's giving me a headache. Now, let us talk about meditation. People often confuse meditation with concentration. They think they must sit still and force their mind to stay on one point. This is not meditation. This is a war with yourself. Concentration is a form of tension. You are trying to stop the mind from running, but the mind wants to run. So a conflict begins, and where there is conflict, there can be no peace. My approach is not concentration, it is relaxation. I don't want you to fight with your mind. I want you to give your mind total freedom for 1 hour. Let it go wherever it wants. If it thinks of food, let it. If it thinks of sex, let it. If it thinks of God, let it. Do not judge it. Do not say this is a good thought or this is a bad thought. Total acceptance. If you are standing by a river, do you tell the water how to flow? You just watch. If there are dead leaves floating in the water, you watch. If the water is clear, you watch. You don't jump in and try to push the water. Meditation is exactly like that. It is a let go. You are just sitting on the bank of your mind, watching the stream of thoughts pass by. The moment you stop being the doer and become the watcher, a transformation happens. This is the birth of the witness, the Saksi. You don't have to try to be a witness. You become one automatically. The moment you stop interfering. Let me tell you a story about Mullah Nasruddin. One day he asked his wife, "How will I know when I am dead?" His wife said, "It's easy. Your hands and feet will become cold." One winter morning, while cutting wood in the forest, Nasruddin felt his hands and feet getting cold. He remembered his wife's words and thought, "Aha, The time has come, I am dying. Since dead people don't stand up, he laid down on the frozen ground. He closed his eyes and waited. Soon a group of travelers came by and saw him lying there. They thought he was dead and began to make arrangements for his funeral. They put him on a stretcher and started carrying him. Nasruddin was watching everything. He saw they were building the stretcher a bit lopsided, and he wanted to give them some advice. But then he thought, no, dead people don't speak. I must remain silent. As they reached a crossroads, the travelers didn't know which way led to the graveyard. They stood there arguing. Nasruddin couldn't hold it in any longer. He sat up on the stretcher and said, "When I was alive, I used to take the road to the left." Then he laid back down and closed his eyes again. The travelers were terrified. They said, "You fool! If you can still speak, why are you making us carry you?" This is exactly what happens in meditation. You must be like Nasruddin on that stretcher. Everything is happening. Thoughts are moving. Sounds are coming into your ears. Your heart is beating. Your breath is flowing. But you are simply lying there, watching. You are not the one doing the breathing. You are not the one doing the thinking. You are the one who knows that breathing and thinking are taking place. The moment you realize this, you are no longer the ego. The ego is the doer. The witness is the soul. You cannot force yourself to be a witness. It is a happening. It is like opening a door and letting the sunlight in. You don't create the sunlight, you just stop blocking it. But you have spent your whole life blocking it. You have built 1,000 walls of I and mine to keep the light out. And then you ask me, Osho, why is it so dark? I tell you, just drop the walls. For a few minutes every day, don't be a husband, don't be a father, don't be a businessman, just be. Accept everything that is happening in your mind and body without any resistance. If your leg is hurting, don't try to stop the pain. Just know that there is pain. If a thought comes, don't try to push it away. Just know that there is a thought. The moment you are in total agreement with the isness of the moment, the miracle happens. The doer evaporates and the witness remains. And that witness is your eternal self. This witness is beyond birth and death. It is the same witness that was there when you were a small child, the same one that is there now that you are an adult, and the same one that will be there when the body falls away. This is the only thing worth finding. Everything else is just breaking stones in the sun. Many people tell me, Osho, what you say seems contradictory. On one hand, you say you want to trigger a rebellion in people's consciousness, and on the other hand, you say Everything is happening by the will of the divine. If everything is the divine's will, why should I rebel? You must understand that my rebellion is also part of that divine happening. I am not saying I am rebelling. I am saying that the rebellion is occurring through me. When you think I am doing, you are in conflict. When you realize it is happening, you are at peace. Take the example of a tree. A tree is growing. If the tree had an ego, it would say, I am working hard to grow. I am pulling water from the earth. I am reaching for the sun. But if the tree is wise, it realizes that the sun is pulling it, the earth is feeding it, the rain is washing it, the whole universe is helping it grow. It is not an individual effort, it is a cosmic event. Your life is also a cosmic event. You are not separate from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Every breath you take is a gift from the trees. Every drop of water in your body has traveled through the oceans and the clouds. You are a part of the whole. But the ego creates the illusion of separation. It makes you think you are a small island in a vast ocean. And because you think you are an island, you are afraid of the waves. But if you realize you are the ocean itself, what is there to fear? The waves are just the ocean's dance. When the ego disappears, all your questions disappear. Questions only exist as long as there is a knower who wants to know. In total silence, there is no one to ask and no one to answer. There is only the isness. I have never asked a question in my life. It's not that I have found the answers, it's that I realized the questions were false. Even as a child, when my parents told me to go ask a priest about God, I said, why? If he says God exists, what does it matter to me? If he says God doesn't exist, what does it matter? I will have to find out for myself. His words are just words. You cannot find truth through someone else's answer. A borrowed truth is a lie. If I tell you that fire is hot, you may believe me, but that is not knowing. You only know when you touch the fire yourself. Religion is about touching the fire. It is not about believing in the fire. Most people are just living on suppositions. They suppose there is a heaven, they suppose there is a hell, they suppose there is a soul. And they spend their whole lives arranged around these suppositions. A husband is coming home and he is already supposing what his wife will say. And he is already supposing his defense. The wife is at home supposing why he is late. This is how the mind works. It builds a web of illusions and then gets trapped in it. I want you to drop all suppositions. Don't believe in me and don't disbelieve in me. Just experiment. See for yourself what happens when you stop being a doer. See what happens when you choose joy for just one day. People ask, how do we get rid of the ego? You cannot get rid of the ego because the one who wants to get rid of it is the ego itself. It is like a dog trying to catch its own tail. The harder he jumps, the further the tail jumps away. He thinks, I just wasn't fast enough this time. Next time I will jump harder. He doesn't realize that the tail is attached to him. His very jump moves the tail. Your ego is the same. When you say, I want to be humble, that is just the ego in a new mask. Now it is proud of its humility. When you say, I am a great sinner, that is also ego. You are saying you are great at something, even if it is sinning. You don't need to kill the ego, you just need to wake up. When you wake up from a dream, do you have to kill the monsters in the dream? No. The moment you open your eyes, the monsters are gone because they were never there. They were part of the sleep. The ego is part of the sleep of the doer. Wake up into the state of the witness, and you will find that the ego has vanished like a shadow when the light is turned on. Stop trying to be good or spiritual. Just be natural. To be natural is the highest virtue. But we have been taught that being natural is wrong. We have been taught to suppress our nature and put on a mask of religion. This mask is what I call the false religion. It is a prison. True religion is the art of becoming a king of your own inner world. A king is one who is no longer a beggar for other people's approval, other people's love, or other people's wealth. He is so full within himself that he has nothing to ask for. He is an emperor because he has found the treasure that cannot be stolen by thieves and cannot be destroyed by death. There is a story of a beggar who sat on a wooden box for 30 years asking for coins. One day he died. The people of the village decided to move the box to clean the area. When they broke the box open, they were stunned. The box was filled with gold. For 30 years, that man had been sitting on top of a fortune, yet he lived and died as a beggar because he never thought to look inside the box he was sitting on. You are that beggar. You are sitting on the treasure of the divine, yet you are asking for small coins of pleasure from the world. Look inside. The kingdom of God is within you. It is not in the scriptures, it is not in the statues, it is not in the heavens. It is in the very silence that is listening to me right now. Be still, be silent, and for the first time, you will hear the music of your own soul. And once you hear that music, you will never be a beggar again. You will be a king. But what does it mean to be a king in the inner world? Does it mean you have to withdraw from the world of people? Does it mean you must take a new name, wear orange robes, and live in a cave? This is the old dusty idea of sannyas, of renunciation. It is an idea born out of fear, not out of freedom. For centuries you have been told that to find the divine you must leave the world. But I tell you, there is nowhere to go, because the divine is not somewhere else. If you leave the world, where will you go? Even in the forest, the trees are part of the world. Even in the cave, the air you breathe is the same air the world breathes. You cannot leave existence. You can only leave your illusions. True sannyas is the ultimate free life. It is not about changing your clothes, but about changing your vision. It is the realization that you are already free, but you have chosen to live in a self-imposed prison. A sannyasin is not someone who has renounced the world. A sannyasin is someone who has renounced the ego that was trying to possess the world. When you stop trying to possess, the whole world belongs to you. Then you can be in the market, you can be in the office, you can be with your family, and yet you are as silent as a mountain peak. This is the beauty of a busy life. If you find silence in a cave, that silence is not yours. It belongs to the cave. It is dependent on the environment. But if you find silence in the middle of a crowded marketplace, that silence is yours. No one can take it from you. It is a flame that burns within you, unaffected by the winds of the external world. People ask me, Osho, why do you make sannyas so easy? In the old days it was so hard. I say to them, because I want you to live. I don't want you to become a dry, dead Mahatma. I want you to be a living, breathing, dancing human being who is also rooted in the eternal. The old sannyas was a no to life. My sannyas is a yes to life. It is an invitation to celebrate. Why should you be sad to find God? If God is the source of all joy, then the person who finds God should be the most joyful person on earth. He should be full of laughter, full of song, full of dance. But look at your saints. They look like they are carrying the weight of the whole world on their shoulders. They are so serious. And seriousness is a disease of the ego. The divine is playful. Look at the flowers, look at the butterflies, look at the stars. Do they look serious to you? Existence is a lila, a play. You must understand this word lila. It means a purposeless play. In the West and now in the modern East, everything must have a purpose. If you are walking, people ask, "Where are you going?" If you say, "Nowhere, I am just walking," they think you are crazy. For them, every action must lead to a result. This is the business mind. But life is not a business. It is a poem. A poem has no purpose other than itself. A song has no purpose other than its own melody. When you listen to music, do you ask, what is the result of this music? The music is the result. In the same way, existence has no goal. It is not going anywhere. It is just being here and now in 1,000 different forms. When you realize this, the tension of achieving drops away. You stop trying to reach somewhere and you start being where you are. This is what I call the creation of joy. Joy is not something you find, it is something you create by your total presence in the moment. When you are fully present, even a small act like drinking tea becomes a cosmic event. There is no tea, there is no drinker, there is only the happening of tea drinking. I once heard about a man who went to a Zen master and asked, "What did you do before you were enlightened?" The master said, "I used to chop wood and carry water from the well." The man asked, "And what do you do now that you are enlightened?" The master smiled and said, "I chop wood and I carry water from the well." The man was confused. "Then what is the difference?" he asked. The master replied, "The difference is that before I was doing it because it had to be done. I was thinking of other things, I was bored, I was tired. Now when I chop wood, I am just chopping wood. There is no one there but the chopping. When I carry water, I am just the carrying. The I is gone. Only the act remains, and in that act there is total bliss." This is the secret for all of you who lead busy lives. You don't need to change your work. You only need to change your interiority. If you are a doctor, be a doctor so totally that the doctor disappears and only healing remains. If you are a businessman, be so present in your work that the greed disappears and only the play of the market remains. When the self is absent, the divine is present. And when the divine is present, every act becomes a prayer. But the mind is very cunning. It will ask, but what is the meaning of it all? Why am I here? Why did God create the world? I have seen people who spend their whole lives asking these questions. I remember a man who came to me in a village. He had 3 questions printed on a card. He had been carrying that card for 30 years, asking every monk and priest he met, what is the meaning of life? Where is God? Why did He create the universe? He told me, nobody has given me a satisfactory answer. I told him, throw that card away. Your questions are printed, and your life is becoming like a printed book, dead and static. These are not even your questions. You picked them up from somewhere. If you were truly thirsty, you wouldn't be carrying a card. You would be searching for a well. And let me tell you, even if I give you an answer, it will only be my answer, not yours. It will be more information for your mind, but it will not transform your soul. The meaning of life is not a mystery to be solved, it is a mystery to be lived. If I tell you the meaning of a rose, have you understood the rose? No. To understand the rose, you must look at it, you must smell it, you must touch its petals, you must see it dancing in the rain. And even then you cannot put that meaning into words. The moment you put it into words, it becomes small. It becomes limited. The real meaning of life is life itself. There is no meaning outside of life. It is like asking, what is the meaning of a dance? The dance is the meaning. If you ask the dancer, he will say, don't ask me, just watch. And as for the question, where is God? This is the greatest illusion. The word where implies that God is an object, a person, sitting in a specific location. People think God is in heaven, or in a temple, or on a mountain top. But I tell you, God is not a person at all. God is a quality. It is better to use the word godliness rather than God. Godliness is the fragrance of the whole existence. It is in the green of the trees, in the red of the roses, in the silence of the stars, and in the beat of your own heart. You are looking for God as if He is someone you will meet one day and shake hands with. That will never happen. You will never meet God, because to meet God, you must disappear. As long as you are there, God is not. When you are not, only God is. It is like a salt doll trying to measure the depth of the ocean. The moment the doll touches the water, it melts. it becomes the ocean. It can never come back and say, the ocean is this deep. The knowing and the being become one. So don't ask where God is. Ask how you can become more sensitive, more aware, so that you can see that which is already here. The air is full of music, but if your radio is not tuned, you hear nothing. You might think the air is empty, but it is not. The moment you tune your radio to the right frequency, the music starts playing. Your heart is the radio. Meditation is the tuning. If your heart is filled with the noise of the ego, the noise of ambition, the noise of I, me, mine, then you cannot hear the celestial music of godliness that is vibrating in every atom of existence. And why did He create the world? This is a question asked by the mind that thinks in terms of cause and effect. You think that first there was a creator and then he decided to create. But this is a very childish idea. The creator and the creation are one, just as the dancer and the dance are one. You cannot separate them. Can you show me a dancer without a dance? If there is no dance, he is not a dancer. Can you show me a dance without a dancer? No. They are two sides of the same coin. Existence is a constant creating. It was not created at a specific point in time in the past. It is being created right now, in this very breath. God is not a creator who finished his work and went to sleep. God is creativity itself. When you see a flower blooming, that is God creating. When you see a child being born, that is God creating. When you see a star exploding, that is God creating. And when you are silent, when you are in a state of no mind, you become a channel for this cosmic creativity. That is why I say that religion is the art of becoming a king. A king is one who has realized his own inner creative power. He is no longer a victim of circumstances. He knows that his inner state is his own creation. If you are angry, it is because you have chosen to be angry. If you are sad, it is because you are clinging to sadness. We always want to blame someone else, our parents, our society, our wife, our husband, our boss. We want to say, they made me miserable. But this is the language of a slave. A king says, I am responsible for my own inner world. Even if the whole world is against me, they cannot touch my inner silence unless I allow them to. This responsibility is the beginning of freedom. As long as you blame others, you give them the power to control your happiness. The moment you take responsibility, you take your power back. You become the master of your own soul. This mastery is what I want to teach you. And it doesn't require any special equipment. It only requires a deep, honest look at yourself. Look at your life, how much of it is yours and how much of it is just a reaction to others. You are like a puppet. Someone pulls a string called insult and you dance with anger. Someone pulls a string called praise and you dance with pride. Are you a person or a machine? A person is someone who acts, not someone who reacts. Action comes from your own center. Reaction is a reflex caused by others. If someone insults me and I remain silent, that is an action. It is a conscious choice. I have looked at the insult, I have looked at the person, and I have decided that there is no need to react. The insult is their problem, not mine. If they want to throw garbage, that is their business. But whether I collect that garbage or not, that is my business. If I don't collect it, they are still standing there with their own garbage in their hands. This is asang bhav, the non-attachment I spoke of. It is the ability to remain untouched by the other. And this is only possible if you have found something inside that is far more valuable than anything the other can give you or take away from you. If you have found the gold of your own being, then the stones of the world no longer matter. But you are so afraid of being alone. This is the root of all your problems. You are constantly seeking company, seeking entertainment, seeking distractions. Why? Because when you are alone, you are faced with yourself. And you are a stranger to yourself. You don't like what you see. You see a vacuum, an emptiness, a boredom. So you run. You run to the cinema. You run to the club. You run to the office. You run to the temple, anywhere, just to avoid that inner encounter. But I tell you that emptiness is not something to be feared. That emptiness is the doorway to the divine. It only feels like emptiness because you are used to being filled with rubbish. When the rubbish is gone, you feel empty. But if you can stay in that emptiness without escaping, slowly that emptiness begins to change its nature. It becomes a fullness. It becomes a silence that is alive. It becomes a peace that passes all understanding. This is the state of sannyas. It is the courage to be alone. And the miracle is that the person who is capable of being alone is the only one who is capable of being in a true relationship. Because his relationship is not based on need, but on sharing. If you need the other to be happy, you are a beggar. and two beggars together cannot make each other rich. They will only make each other more miserable. They will fight over the few coins they have. But if you are happy in your own aloneness, then you are a king. And when two kings meet, there is a great celebration. They don't ask for anything, they only give. They share their joy, they share their silence, they share their dance. This is the secret of a successful life. Whether it is busy or not, the busyness is only on the surface. Deep down there should be a pool of stillness. I see people who are very busy doing religious things. They are busy going to the Ganges. They are busy performing rituals. They are busy reading scriptures. I tell them, you are just as busy as the businessman. Only your objects are different. The businessman is busy with money, you are busy with moksha. But the busyness is the same. The ego is the same. You are still trying to achieve something in the future. True religion is not an achievement, it is a letting go. It is dropping the very idea of achievement. It is realizing that what you are looking for, you already are. You are the goal. You are the way. You are the destination. There is nowhere to go. You just have to wake up and see where you are already standing. I have traveled all over this country and I have seen thousands of people. Everyone is looking for peace of mind. I tell them, there is no such thing as peace of mind. Mind is a disturbance. Mind is like the waves on the ocean. Can you have peaceful waves? No. The waves are the opposite of peace. If the waves stop, the ocean is peaceful, but the waves are gone. In the same way, if the mind stops, there is peace, but the mind is gone. So don't look for peace of mind. Look for the peace that is hidden behind the mind. The mind is a machine. It is a useful machine for dealing with the world, for doing calculations, for managing your office. Use it, but don't become it. When your work is finished, put the machine aside, but you don't know how to put it aside. Even when you are sleeping, the machine keeps running. It is like a car whose engine you cannot turn off. Eventually, the engine will burn out. That is what you call a nervous breakdown. Meditation is the art of turning off the engine. It is the art of stepping out of the mind. And the simplest way to step out is to become a witness. Just watch the mind. Don't fight it, don't judge it, don't try to stop it. Just watch it as if you are watching a movie. If you watch long enough, with total patience, the mind begins to slow down. The gaps between the thoughts become longer. And in those gaps, you get a glimpse of your true nature. You get a glimpse of the sky behind the clouds. Once you have seen the sky, the clouds no longer bother you. You know they are temporary. You know they come and go, but the sky remains. You know that you are the sky. This realization is the ultimate freedom. Then you can live in the world, you can have a family, you can have a business, and nothing will ever disturb your inner sky again. People think that to be spiritual, you must be serious and unemotional. That is a misunderstanding. A spiritual person is more emotional than anyone else, but his emotions are different. They are not reactions, they are overflowings. He doesn't get angry, but he can be fierce. He doesn't fall in love, he is love. Love is not something he does, it is his very breath. He is like a candle that gives light simply because it is lit. It doesn't ask who is receiving the light. It doesn't matter if a saint or a thief is standing next to it. The candle gives light to both. This is the state of a sannyasi. He is an unconditional lover of existence. He loves the sun, he loves the rain, he loves the people, he loves the animals. He even loves his own death, because he knows that death is just a door to a greater life. He has no fear, because he has already died to the ego, and one who has died to the ego can never be killed. This is what I mean by becoming an emperor. An emperor is one who has conquered himself. And this conquest is not a struggle. It is a deep, silent understanding. It is the realization that the self you were trying to protect and promote was never there in the first place. It was just a thought, a shadow, a social convention. When the shadow disappears, the light remains. I want you to experience this light. I don't want you to just listen to my words. My words are only fingers pointing at the moon. Don't bite my fingers. Look at the moon. The moon is within you. The light is within you. The silence is within you. Every day, find a little time to just sit and do nothing. Doing nothing is the hardest thing in the world for the modern mind. We feel guilty if we are not productive. But I tell you, the most productive thing you can do is to find your own center. Because from that center, your whole life will be transformed. Your work will become more efficient. Your relationships will become more harmonious. and your heart will be filled with a joy that nothing can take away. Don't wait for a special occasion. Every moment is special. Every breath is a miracle. Just look at the person sitting next to you. He is a manifestation of the divine. Look at the tree outside your window. It is a manifestation of the divine. The whole world is a temple, and you are the deity residing within it. But you are fast asleep. I am here to wake you up. I am not here to give you a new religion or a new philosophy. I am here to shake you until your eyes open. And once your eyes open, you won't need me anymore. You won't need any temple, any book, any priest. You will be your own light. This is the journey from a busy life to a blessed life. It is not a journey of distance. It is a journey of awareness. It is the journey from the circumference to the center. And the center is here right now. It has always been here. You just turned your back on it. Now turn around. Look within. The treasure is waiting for you. The king is waiting to be crowned. Life is a gift, and it is a short one. Don't waste it in trivialities. Don't waste it in fighting for small things. Find that which is eternal. Find that which is deathless. And then and only then will you know what it means to truly live. I see a day when the whole world will be filled with sannyasis. Not people who have left the world, but people who have brought the divine into the world. People who work in factories, people who work in offices, people who are artists and scientists, but who are all rooted in meditation. That will be the birth of a new humanity, a humanity that is both material and spiritual, both outer and inner, a humanity that is whole. You can be the beginning of that new humanity. It starts with you. It starts with your decision to be aware, to be joyful, to be a witness. Don't look at the world and say it is dark. Be a lamp. And if each one of you becomes a lamp, the darkness will disappear on its own. There is no need to fight the darkness. You cannot fight darkness. You can only bring the light. Meditation is the lighting of the lamp. And once the lamp is lit, the darkness of thousands of years vanishes in a single moment. Your past, your karmas, your sins, they are all part of the darkness. They have no reality of their own. The moment you become aware, they are gone. You are pure, you are innocent, you are divine. This is the truth, whether you believe it or not. My effort is only to make it your experience, because only experience can liberate you. Everything else is just a burden on the mind. Be silent now. Let these words sink deep into your heart. Don't think about them, just let them resonate. Feel the vibration, feel the presence that is within you and around you. This is it. This is the secret. This is the divine. And when you remain in that silence, a strange thing happens. You begin to see that most of what you have called God up until now was simply a creation of your own fear. Let us look at this honestly, with the eyes of an explorer. Why has man invented God? Because man is terrified. He is terrified of the vast, infinite darkness of the universe. He feels like a tiny, helpless child lost in a deep forest at night. To comfort himself, he creates a father in the sky. He creates a protector, someone he can pray to, someone he can bargain with, someone who will look after him. This God of the religions is not the truth. It is a psychological security blanket. It is an invention of the human mind to avoid the raw, naked reality of existence. You have made God in your own image. If an ox could think, his God would be a giant ox. If a triangle could pray, its God would be a perfect triangle. We are so full of ourselves that we cannot imagine anything greater than a glorified version of a human being. We give him a throne, we give him a beard, we give him anger and jealousy, and we give him a list of rules. This is not God. This is your own ego projected onto the clouds. The true divine is not an invention, it is a discovery. And to discover the truth, you must first be willing to drop all your inventions. You must have the courage to stand in the darkness without any comfort. You must be willing to say, I do not know. Most people are too cowardly to say these three simple words. They find it easier to believe in a lie than to live with the mystery of not knowing. But I tell you, I don't know is the most religious statement you can make. It is the beginning of wonder. It is the opening of the heart. When you drop the invented gods, you are left with the reality of existence. And that reality is far more beautiful, far more majestic than any story the priests have told you. Existence does not need a creator to be divine. It is divine in itself. The way a leaf falls, the way the stars move, the way the blood flows in your veins, it is all part of a single interconnected dance. There is no manager sitting in an office directing this. It is a spontaneous, organic flowering. But you are so busy with your invented gods that you miss the living godliness. You are bowing down to a stone statue while the living God is breathing inside you. You are chanting old words while the living word is vibrating in the wind. This is the greatest illusion in human history, that we have replaced reality with labels. We have replaced the experience of the sun with the word sun. We have replaced the experience of love with the concept of duty. In your busy life, you have many labels. You are a CEO, you are a father, you are a citizen, you are a devotee. But who are you behind the labels? If I take away your job, your family, your name, and your religion, what is left? You feel a sense of panic at this thought because you have identified so deeply with the labels that you think you are nothing without them. But that nothing is actually your everything. In that emptiness, the whole universe is contained. Think of a mirror. A mirror is truly a mirror only when it is empty. If the mirror is covered with dust, or if an image is permanently stuck on it, it can no longer reflect the truth. Your mind is like a mirror that has been covered with the dust of centuries, traditions, beliefs, ideologies, prejudices. You don't see what is, you only see what you have been taught to see. If you are a Hindu, you see the world through Hindu eyes. If you are a communist, you see the world through communist eyes. None of you are seeing the truth. You are only seeing your own reflections. To find the divine in a busy life, you must become like a mirror. Let the world pass in front of you. Act in the world, do your work, talk to people, but don't let anything stick to you. If a beautiful woman passes by, let the mirror reflect her beauty. When she is gone, the mirror is empty again. If a beggar passes by, let the mirror reflect his poverty. When he is gone, the mirror is empty again. This is the art of living, to be in the world but not of it, to reflect everything but to keep nothing. But we are collectors. We collect insults, we collect praises, we collect memories, we collect hurts. Our mirrors are so crowded with images that we can no longer see our own faces. We are carrying the entire weight of our past on our shoulders. No wonder you feel tired. No wonder you feel as if life is a burden. You are not living, you are just dragging your history behind you. I want you to drop the past. Every moment is a death, and every moment is a birth. When the sun sets, let the day die. When you breathe out, let the old air go. Don't cling to it. If you cling to your breath, you will suffocate. Life is a flow. It is like a river. A river is clean because it is moving. If it stops moving, it becomes a stagnant pool, a breeding ground for disease. Your mind has become a stagnant pool because you have stopped the flow of life with your attachments. You say, I am busy, I have no time for meditation. But meditation is not something that takes time, it is a quality of time. It is like adding salt to food. Does the salt take up separate space on the plate? No, it permeates the entire dish and gives it flavor. Meditation is the salt of life. If you are walking, walk with awareness. If you are talking, talk with awareness. If you are sitting in a boardroom meeting, be a witness to the meeting. See the ego of the person talking. See your own ego reacting, and remain the silent watcher. This is the most practical thing you can do. A person who is meditative works with more clarity. He doesn't waste energy in unnecessary emotions. He doesn't get frustrated by small things. He sees the whole picture. So the excuse of being too busy is just a trick of the mind to keep you in the old patterns. You are not too busy, you are just too addicted to your misery. You are comfortable in your chains because they are familiar. Let's talk about the nature of the I that is so busy. Who is this I? If you look deeply, you will find that the I is just a collection of habits. It is like the center of a whirlwind. The whirlwind is moving, the dust is flying, but at the very center, there is a point of absolute stillness. If that center also started moving, the whirlwind would disappear. You are the whirlwind of your thoughts, your desires, and your actions. But within you, there is a center of stillness. That center is your soul. You spend all your time on the periphery, in the whirlwind. You are constantly trying to fix the whirlwind, to make it bigger, to make it faster, or to make it move in a different direction. I am telling you, leave the whirlwind alone. It will go where it goes. Move your attention to the center. Just for a few minutes, find that point of stillness that does not move, no matter how much the world outside is shaking. Once you find that center, you can go back into the world and you will be a different person. You will still be busy, but you will not be hurried. There is a great difference between being active and being hurried. An active person is full of energy, but a hurried person is full of anxiety. A hurried person is trying to reach the next moment before the current one is finished. He is always living in the then, never in the now. The now is the only door to the divine. You cannot find God in the past because the past is gone. You cannot find God in the future because the future hasn't happened yet. God is always present tense. If you are not in the present, you are out of touch with existence. And to be in the present, you must drop your inventions, your plans, your worries, your expectations. You must be as simple as a child. Society does not like simple people. Society likes complicated people because they are easier to manipulate. A simple person cannot be controlled because he has no ambitions. You can't bribe a man who wants nothing. You can't frighten a man who is not afraid of death. And you are afraid of death because you haven't really lived. One who lives totally every moment is ready to die at any moment. For him, death is not an end. It is just a change of scenery. It is the final let go. But you are preparing for life, but never living it. You are like a person who keeps preparing his bed, but never goes to sleep. You are waiting for the perfect conditions. When I have enough money, I will be happy. When my children are grown, I will meditate. When I retire, I will search for truth. This is a strategy of the ego to keep you away from the truth. Because the ego knows that if you find the truth now, the ego will die now. You are afraid of the death of the ego. That is the only real fear. But I tell you, the death of the ego is the beginning of your real life. It is the birth of the king. The ego is a beggar. The soul is an emperor. The beggar is always asking for more, even when he has plenty. The emperor is always giving, even when he has nothing. Look at the flowers. Do they ask for anything? They just bloom. They share their fragrance with everyone, the saint, the sinner, the rich, the poor. They don't have a target audience. They don't have a marketing strategy. Their blooming is their reward. Your life should be like a flower. Your work, your love, your very existence should be a flowering. Not because you want to get something out of it, but because you are so full of life that you cannot help but bloom. This is the creation of joy. It is an internal explosion. It has nothing to do with external circumstances. You can be in a prison and be joyful. You can be on a throne and be miserable. I have seen both. I have seen beggars who had a light in their eyes that a king would envy. And I have seen billionaires whose souls were so impoverished that they were constantly on the verge of suicide. Happiness is an art that you must learn. It is the art of being in harmony with existence. And harmony is only possible when you stop fighting. Stop fighting with yourself, stop fighting with your neighbors, stop fighting with nature. Accept yourself as you are. You are a unique manifestation of the divine. There has never been anyone like you, and there will never be anyone like you again. The universe has spent billions of years creating you. Don't try to be like someone else. If the universe wanted a Buddha, it would have created another Buddha. It created you because you are needed just as you are. But you are constantly comparing yourself. Comparison is the poison of the soul. You look at someone else's house, someone else's car, someone else's wife, and you feel inferior. Or you look at someone below you and you feel superior. Both are forms of ego. In the eyes of the divine, there is no high and no low. A blade of grass is just as important as a giant cedar tree. If the blade of grass disappears, the universe will be less than it is. So drop this habit of comparison. Be yourself totally and authentically. If you are angry, be angry. Don't hide it under a mask of spirituality. If you are sad, be sad. Explore the sadness. Go deep into it. See where it comes from. Don't run away from it. The moment you accept your sadness, it begins to transform. It becomes a depth, a silence. But if you fight it, it becomes a wound. This is what I call the wholeness of life. Don't try to be perfect. Perfection is a dead idea. A perfect thing cannot grow anymore. Aim for wholeness. To be whole means to accept both the light and the dark, both the peaks and the valleys. A mountain cannot exist without valleys. Life cannot exist without death. Joy cannot exist without sorrow. Once you accept this duality, you rise above it. You become the witness of both. I once knew a man who was very successful in business, but he was always under immense pressure. He came to me and said, "Osho, I am falling apart. My heart is racing. I cannot sleep. My mind is constantly spinning with numbers. Tell me a mantra to stop this. I told him the mantra is not to stop it, but to watch it. When you are in your office and the pressure starts to build, just take 1 minute. Close your eyes. Feel the racing heart. Feel the spinning mind. Don't try to slow it down. Just say to yourself, the heart is racing, but I am the watcher of this racing heart. The mind is spinning, but I am the watcher of this spinning mind. Do this 10 times a day. He came back a month later, and he was a different man. He said, the pressure is still there, the numbers are still there, but they are no longer inside me. They are like a star outside the window, while I am sitting safely inside the house. I can work for 12 hours and still feel fresh. This is the power of witnessing. It creates a distance, and in that distance there is freedom. You are no longer a slave to your mind. You are the master. The mind is a beautiful servant, but a dangerous master. Right now, it is your master. It tells you what to do, what to think, what to feel. It keeps you running in circles. It is like a computer that has been programmed by your parents, your teachers, your society, and your priests. You are just acting out their programs. You think you are making choices, but you are not. You are just reacting according to your programming. Meditation is the process of deprogramming. It is deleting the old files. It is clearing the hard drive. And when the hard drive is clear, the original light of the soul can shine through. That light is not a belief. It is not a philosophy. It is a living reality. I don't want you to believe a single word I say. Belief is a way of avoiding the truth. If you believe me, you have stopped searching. You have accepted my experience as your own. That is a lie. I want you to be a skeptic. I want you to doubt everything. Doubt your religion, doubt your society, doubt your ego, and most importantly, doubt your doubt. Keep doubting until you reach a point that cannot be doubted. That point is your own consciousness. You can doubt the existence of the sun. You can doubt the existence of the world, but you cannot doubt the existence of the doubter. You are there. That beingness is the only certainty. Start from that certainty. Start from the I am. And slowly let that I am expand. First, it is I am a body. Then it is I am a mind. Then it is I am a soul. and finally it is just I am. The I drops and only amness remains. This is what the Upanishads call Aham Brahmasmi. I am the Absolute. This is what Jesus meant when he said, I and my Father are one. He wasn't saying he was the only Son of God. He was saying that he had realized his oneness with the whole. And you can realize it too. It is not a monopoly of the prophets. It is the birthright of every human being. But you have sold your birthright for a mess of pottage. You have sold your soul for a little bit of money, a little bit of fame, a little bit of security. And the irony is that none of those things can give you security. Money can be lost. Fame can turn into infamy, and the body will eventually wither away. The only true security is to find that which cannot be taken away. Find the eternal in the middle of the ephemeral. Find the silent in the middle of the noisy. Find the divine in the middle of the marketplace. This is the challenge. It is easy to be a saint in the Himalayas. There is nothing to disturb you. But to be a saint in Mumbai, in New York, in London, that is a real achievement. That is the fire that purifies. I want my people to be in the world. I don't want you to be escapists. If you are a painter, paint. If you are a dancer, dance. If you are a scientist, investigate. But do it all with a new consciousness. Let your work be your meditation. Let your love be your prayer. I remember a story about a king who wanted to find the most peaceful painting in the world. He announced a huge prize. Artists from all over the kingdom brought their works. Some painted calm lakes, some painted beautiful sunsets, some painted sleeping babies, but the king rejected them all. Finally, he came to a painting that looked anything but peaceful. It showed a wild storm with lightning cracking across the sky and a violent waterfall crashing over a cliff. But if you looked closely, behind the waterfall, there was a tiny bush growing out of a crack in the rock. And on that bush, a small bird had built a nest. In the middle of the roar of the water and the fury of the storm, the bird was sitting on her eggs in perfect peace. The king said, "This is true peace." Peace is not the absence of a storm. Peace is the stillness in the center of the storm. And that stillness is available to you right now. No matter how busy your life is, no matter how many problems you have, you just have to look for it in the right place. You have been looking outside, now look inside. You have been looking in the future, now look in the now. You have been looking in inventions, now look in reality. Don't be afraid of the God is an invention idea. It is the most liberating idea you will ever hear. It means you are free. You are no longer a puppet of some cosmic tyrant. You are the creator of your own destiny. You are responsible for your own joy and your own misery. This responsibility might seem heavy at first, but it is actually the greatest gift. Because if you are responsible for your misery, you can also be responsible for your liberation. If God created you and gave you your fate, then you can do nothing. You are just a character in a book someone else is writing. But if God is an invention, then the book is blank. You are the author. You can write whatever you want. You can write a tragedy, or you can write a song of celebration. The pen is in your hands. But the pen of consciousness requires a steady hand. If your hand is shaking with fear, you will only write scribbles. If your hand is steady with awareness, you will write a masterpiece. Meditation is the art of steadying the hand. It is the art of becoming so silent that the hand of the divine can move through you. Then your life becomes a masterpiece, not because you made it so, but because you allowed the whole to flow through you. A flute is just a piece of bamboo with holes in it. By itself, it is nothing. But when the breath of the musician flows through it, it becomes music. You are the flute. The ego is the blockage in the flute. When the ego is gone, the divine breath flows through you, and your life becomes a melody. Don't worry about being religious in the traditional sense. Those religions are on about doing. My religion is about being. Don't worry about temples and mosques. Your body is the temple. Your heart is the altar. Your awareness is the flame. Keep that flame burning. Don't let the winds of the world blow it out, and don't let the dust of the mind cover it. Every day, clean your mirror. Every day, find your center. Every day, choose joy. And slowly, you will find that the busy life is no longer a problem. It is just the background against which the music of your soul is playing. In the next part of our journey, I will talk to you about the art of listening. Because to find the divine, you must first learn how to listen. Not just to my words, but to the silence between the words. Not just to the sounds of the world, but to the soundless sound of your own being. Listening is the first step toward witnessing, and witnessing is the final step toward liberation. For now, just remain where you are. Don't move, don't think, just be. Feel the aimness vibrating in your heart. You are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not the ego. You are that which knows all these things. You are the eternal watcher. You are the king. Listening is not merely an act of the ears. It is an act of your entire being. Most of the time, when you think you are listening, you are actually busy preparing a response. While I am speaking, your mind is already debating, agreeing, or disagreeing. You are filtering my words through your prejudices, your beliefs, and your knowledge. This is not listening. This is a sophisticated form of deafness. To truly listen, you must be in a state of no mind. You must be as silent as an empty room. When the room is empty, the music can fill it. When you are empty of yourself, the truth can enter you. In your busy life, you are constantly surrounded by noise. There is the noise of the traffic, the noise of the office, the noise of the television, and most importantly, the noise of your own thoughts. You have become so accustomed to this noise that silence feels threatening to you. When you are alone in a room, the first thing you do is turn on the radio or pick up your phone. You are afraid of the silence because in that silence your ego begins to feel its own nothingness. The ego can only exist in activity, in noise, in doing. In silence, the ego dies. But I tell you that silence is the most beautiful thing in existence. It is not the silence of a graveyard. It is the silence of a garden at dawn. It is a silence that is pregnant with 1,000 songs. If you can learn to listen to the silence between my words, you will find that I am saying much more than what the words convey. The words are only the packaging. The silence is the gift. There is a difference between a scholar and a seeker. A scholar is someone who has collected a vast amount of information. He can quote the scriptures, he can debate philosophy, he can explain the meaning of every word, but he knows nothing. His knowledge is borrowed. It is like a plastic flower that has no fragrance. He has a concept of God, but he has no experience of godliness. He is a parrot. A seeker, on the other hand, is someone who is not interested in information. He is interested in transformation. He doesn't want to know about the truth, he wants to be the truth. In your search for the divine in a busy life, Be careful of the scholars. They will give you maps, but the maps are not the territory. They will give you recipes, but the recipes will not satisfy your hunger. You must cook your own food. You must walk your own path. And the first step on that path is to drop all your borrowed knowledge. Become ignorant again. Become like a child who knows nothing and is full of wonder. A child sees the world for the first time every day. To a child, a common stone is a diamond, and a butterfly is a miracle. That innocence is the quality of a true meditator. People ask me, Osho, how can we be innocent when the world is so cunning? If we are like children, people will cheat us. They will take advantage of us. This is the fear of the ego. Cunningness is a form of protection for those who are weak. An innocent person is the strongest person in the world because he has nothing to lose. He has no image to protect, no ego to defend. If someone cheats him, he smiles. The cheater has only taken some money or some material things, but he hasn't been able to touch the innocence of the innocent man. Who is the real winner? The real king is the one who can remain innocent in the middle of a cunning world. And this is only possible through meditation. Meditation gives you an inner strength that is not of this world. It gives you a rootedness in your own being. When you are rooted, the storms may come, the trees may shake, but you remain unmoved. Your roots are in the invisible. Let us look at the nature of doing versus happening. Your whole life is organized around doing. You are a doer. You do your job. You do your meditation. You even try to do love. But the most significant things in life are not doings. They are happenings. You cannot do sleep. It happens. You cannot do love. It happens. You cannot do enlightenment. It happens. Your only job is to be available. Your only job is to create the right conditions so that the happening can take place. If you want to sleep, you can lie down on a comfortable bed, turn off the lights, and close your eyes. This is all you can do. You cannot force the sleep to come. If you try to force it, you will stay awake all night. Sleep is a gift that comes when you are relaxed and not doing anything. The divine is also a gift that comes when you are relaxed. But you are so tense. Even when you sit for meditation, you are doing it with such effort. Your teeth are clenched, your breath is shallow, and you are constantly checking your watch to see if the 15 minutes are up. This is not meditation, this is a new kind of business. You are trying to buy peace of mind with 15 minutes of sitting. I tell you, stop doing meditation and start being meditative. What is the difference? Doing meditation is a scheduled activity. Being meditative is a way of living. It means that whatever you are doing it with the same quality of awareness. If you are washing the floor, wash it as if it is the most important thing in the universe. If you are writing a report for your boss, write it with total presence. When the doer disappears into the act, that is meditation. There was a famous archer in ancient Japan. He was so skillful that he could hit a target with his eyes closed. A young man came to him and asked to be his disciple. For 3 years, the master didn't give him a bow or an arrow. He just made him do chores, sweeping the garden, cooking food, washing clothes. Whenever the young man asked about archery, the master would hit him with a stick and say, "Be present." One day, while the young man was sweeping the garden, the master crept up behind him and hit him. The young man didn't see him, but he felt the master's presence and ducked just in time. The master smiled and said, "Now you are ready to learn archery." Why? Because the young man had developed a quality of total presence. He was no longer just a doer. He had become an awareness. When such a person holds a bow, the arrow hits the target on its own. The archer is gone. There is only the hitting. This is the secret of success in any field. If you want to be a great musician, a great scientist, or a great businessman, you must learn the art of disappearing into your work. When the I is absent, the genius is present. The I is the only obstacle. The I is always worried about the result, always worried about what people will say, always worried about failure. When the I is gone, there is no one to fail. There is only the flow of energy. In your busy life, you are constantly drained of energy because of the friction of the ego. The ego is like a machine that is not well oiled. It creates heat, it creates noise, and it wastes energy. Meditation is the oil. It makes everything smooth. It reduces the friction. You will find that when you are meditative, you can do much more work with much less effort. You are not pushing yourself, you are flowing. But you have been taught that without struggle there is no achievement. You have been taught that life is a battle. This is a very violent and destructive philosophy. Life is not a battle. Life is a dance. If you fight with the dance, you will get tired. If you flow with the dance, you will find a source of infinite energy. The river does not struggle to reach the ocean, it just flows. It doesn't have a map, it doesn't have a compass, it doesn't have a 5-year plan. It just follows the path of least resistance. And eventually it finds itself in the vastness of the ocean. Be like a river. Don't fight with the obstacles. Flow around them. If a rock is in your way, don't try to break it. Just move around it and keep going. Eventually, the water will wear down the rock anyway, but not through struggle, through persistence and gentleness. Gentleness is much more powerful than violence. Love is much more powerful than hate. Silence is much more powerful than noise. You often ask about anahat, the soundless sound. What is it? It is the music that is heard when all other sounds have ceased. It is the vibration of existence itself. It is not produced by two things hitting each other. Every sound you know is a struck sound. If I clap my hands, a sound is produced because two hands hit each other. If I play the guitar, the sound is produced because a finger hits a string. But the anahad is an unstruck sound. It is the music of the silence. To hear this music, you don't need to go anywhere. You just need to be very, very still. It is like a radio station that is always broadcasting. But you have been tuned to the wrong frequency. You are tuned to the ego FM, which only plays songs of anxiety, competition, and desire. You need to tune yourself to the silence FM. And the tuning dial is your awareness. As you become more silent, you will begin to hear a subtle hum within yourself. At first, you might think it is just the sound of your blood flowing or your nervous system humming. But as your silence deepens, the hum becomes more melodic. It becomes a song that has no words. It is the Om. Not the Om that you chant with your throat, but the Om that is the heartbeat of the universe. When you hear this sound, you will know that you are not alone. You will know that the whole universe is with you, dancing with you, singing with you. This is the end of all loneliness. You may be alone in your room, but you are connected to the stars. You are connected to the trees, the mountains, and the oceans. You are part of the whole. And once you feel this connection, your busy life will no longer be a burden. It will be an opportunity to express this inner music. Your interactions with people will change. You will see the same music in them, even if they are not aware of it. You will treat them with a new kind of respect, a new kind of love, not because they deserve it, but because you cannot do otherwise. When you are full of light, you cannot help but shine. I see many people who come to me and say, Osho, I want to find God, but my family is a problem. My wife doesn't understand me. My children are demanding. My parents are traditional. I tell them, your family is not the problem. Your idea of spirituality is the problem. You think spirituality means being away from people. But the real spirituality is being with people and yet being within yourself. If you cannot love your wife, how will you love God? If you cannot be patient with your children, how will you be patient with the divine? Your family is your laboratory. It is the place where you can test your meditation. If you can remain peaceful while your children are screaming, then your peace is real. If you can remain loving while your wife is complaining, then your love is real. Don't run away to the forest to find peace. The forest is easy. The family is the real challenge. And the family is also the place where you can practice non-possession. You think your children belong to you. They don't. They come through you, but they don't belong to you. They are independent souls on their own journey. You are just a caretaker, a gardener. Your job is to give them love, to give them protection, and to give them the freedom to grow into whoever they are meant to be. Don't try to mold them into your own image. If you do, you are committing a spiritual crime. You are trying to destroy their uniqueness. The same is true for your spouse. Love is not about possession. Love is about giving freedom. If you love someone, you want them to be happy, even if their happiness doesn't include you. But your love is actually a form of hunger. You want to possess the other person so that you can feel secure. This is not love, this is a contract. And contracts always lead to conflict. A meditative person loves without any conditions. He loves because his heart is overflowing with love. He doesn't ask for anything in return. If the other person loves him back, it is a gift. If they don't, it is also fine. His love is not dependent on the other's reaction. It is his own inner state. This kind of love is the only kind that is truly satisfying. Everything else is just a game of the ego. In your busy life, you have many contracts. You have contracts with your boss, your employees, your friends, and your family. I am telling you, transform these contracts into relationships. A contract is based on what can I get from you. A relationship is based on what can I share with you. The moment you move from getting to sharing, the quality of your life changes instantly. You become an emperor. An emperor is someone who has so much that he can only give. A beggar is someone who has so much but still wants more. You have been taught that wealth is measured by your bank balance. But I tell you, wealth is measured by your capacity to share. There are people who have millions and are still beggars. And there are people who have nothing and are emperors. I knew a man who lived under a tree. He had only a small bowl and a blanket. But the way he walked, the way he spoke, the way he laughed, you could see that he was the master of the world. He had no fear because he wanted nothing. He had no anxiety because he had nothing to lose. He was free. I am not telling you to give up your money and live under a tree. I am telling you to have the spirit of that man while living in your palace. Use your money, enjoy your comforts, but don't let them possess you. Be the master of your possessions, not their slave. If tomorrow all your wealth is gone, you should be able to walk away with the same dance in your step. That is true sannyas. This world is a transit lounge. You are just passing through. You came with nothing and you will leave with nothing. All the things you are fighting for, all the things you are stressing about, they are all temporary. They are like the luggage you carry at the airport. You need it for the journey, but it is not you. Don't get so identified with the luggage that you forget the traveler. The traveler is the only thing that matters, and the traveler's only true wealth is his consciousness. When you die, the only thing you take with you is the level of awareness you have achieved. Everything else your body, your money, your fame, your family stays here. If you have spent your whole life collecting things that you cannot take with you, then you have wasted your life. But if you have spent your life deepening your awareness, then death is not a loss, it is a graduation. So, in the middle of your busy life, keep asking yourself, what am I collecting? Am I collecting things, or am I collecting awareness? If you are collecting awareness, then every moment is a gain. Even a moment of pain is a gain if you can witness it. Even a moment of failure is a gain if it makes you more humble and more aware of your ego. This is the art of turning lead into gold. This is the true alchemy. You take the ordinary, lead-like experiences of your busy life, the stress, the anger, the boredom, the competition, and you pass them through the fire of awareness, and suddenly they are transformed into the gold of silence, peace, and bliss. This is not a miracle performed by someone else. It is a miracle that you perform for yourself every day. But the mind will tell you it's too hard. I'm not strong enough. I need a guide. I need a guru. I tell you, the guru is only a mirror. He shows you your own face. He doesn't give you anything that you don't already have. He just removes the dust so that you can see your own beauty. Don't become dependent on the Guru. The real Guru wants to make you free even from himself. He wants you to find the inner Guru, the light that is within you, and that light is always there. It has never gone out, it has only been covered by the clouds of the mind. Don't fight the clouds, just wait, be patient. Let the wind of meditation blow the clouds away, and one day suddenly the sun will shine through. In that moment, you will laugh at all your problems. You will laugh at all your searches. You will see that what you were looking for all over the world was always sitting right here in the middle of your own heart. You will see that your busy life was never an obstacle to God. It was the very path. God was not waiting for you at the end of the journey. He was walking with you in every step. He was in the person who annoyed you. He was in the boss who pressured you. He was in the child who woke you up at night. He was wearing 1,000 masks, and you were too blind to see him. Once your eyes open, the whole world becomes a playground. You are no longer a victim, you are a player. You play your part totally. You play it with all your heart, but you know, It's just a game. And because it's a game, you don't have any tension about winning or losing. The playing is the prize. Live your life as a celebration. Even the small things, drinking water, taking a walk, talking to a friend, celebrate them. Don't wait for a big reason to be happy. Existence is a big enough reason. You are alive. You can breathe. You can see the stars. What more do you want? This gratitude, this ahobhava, is the highest form of prayer. Don't ask God for anything. Just say thank you. Thank Him for the joy and thank Him for the sorrow too, because the sorrow made you deeper. Thank Him for the success and thank Him for the failure too, because the failure made you more aware of your ego. When your whole life becomes a thank you, you have arrived. You are no longer a beggar, you are a king. I want you to take this feeling with you into your daily life. When you leave this space, don't leave your silence behind. Carry it with you like a fragrance. Let it affect the people you meet. Let it affect the work you do. You don't need to talk about meditation. Your very presence should be meditative. Your very eyes should radiate a peace that makes others feel peaceful. This is the only way to change the world. You cannot change the world by making laws or by fighting revolutions. You can only change the world by changing yourself. If one person becomes silent, the whole world becomes a little more silent. If one person becomes joyful, the whole world becomes a little more joyful. You are the center of the world. Change the center and the periphery will change on its own. Be a light unto yourself. And in being a light unto yourself, you will become a light for others. Not because you want to help them, but because you cannot help but shine. A lamp doesn't think about helping the darkness. It just burns, and the darkness disappears. Burn with the flame of awareness. Burn with the flame of love. The mind is a great architect of illusions. Its greatest masterpiece is the idea of tomorrow. Have you ever noticed that tomorrow never actually comes? Whenever it arrives, it is always today. But the mind keeps you hooked on the hope of a better tomorrow so that you don't have to face the reality of today. This is the ultimate postponement. You say, I am busy today, I will meditate tomorrow. I am angry today, I will be peaceful tomorrow. This tomorrow is the grave of your soul. Everything that is real happens now. Everything that is false happens in the future. In your busy life, You have become a master of postponement. You have created a hierarchy of priorities, and you have put yourself at the very bottom. You care for your business, you care for your children, you care for your reputation, but you never care for the one who is doing all this caring. You are like a person who is so busy decorating the house that he forgets to live in it. The house is beautiful, the furniture is expensive, the walls are painted with the finest colors, but the resident is starving. Your soul is that starving resident. And why are you so afraid of the now? Because the now is the death of the ego. The ego needs time to breathe. It needs a past to look back on and a future to look forward to. The ego is like a parasite that feeds on your memories and your ambitions. In the present moment, there is no room for memory and no room for ambition. There is only the isness. And in that isness, you are not a somebody. You are just a part of the flow. This anonymity is what the ego fears most. It wants to be special, it wants to be significant, it wants to be a doer. But I tell you, the greatest joy lies in being nobody. When you are nobody, you are the whole. When you are a somebody, you are just a small, cramped, limited prison. To move from somebody to nobody is the essence of the spiritual journey. It doesn't mean you stop working. It means you stop being the worker. The work continues, but the pride of ownership disappears. You become a vehicle for the divine energy. Think of a hollow bamboo. When the wind passes through it, it becomes a song. The bamboo doesn't say, "I am singing." It knows it is just a hollow space through which the wind is flowing. Your life should be like that hollow bamboo. In your busy office, in your crowded home, remain hollow. Let the work flow through you. Let the words flow through you. Let the love flow through you. But don't let anything stick. Don't become a solid entity. Remain a space. This space is what we call consciousness. This space is what we call God. But we have filled this space with so much junk. We have filled it with the dust of knowledge, the smoke of ambition, and the garbage of grievances. We are like a mirror that has been painted over. A mirror that is painted over can no longer reflect anything. It becomes a wall. Your mind has become a wall. Meditation is the process of scraping off the paint so that the mirror can reflect the truth again. People often ask me about the path of knowledge, versus the path of devotion. I tell them there is only one path, and that is the path of awareness. Knowledge without awareness is just information. Devotion without awareness is just emotion. Awareness is the light that makes both knowledge and devotion real. If you are aware, your knowledge becomes wisdom. If you are aware, your emotion becomes compassion. Without awareness, you are just a sleepwalker. No matter how many books you have read or how many prayers you have chanted, in your busy life, you are mostly sleepwalking. You drive your car while thinking of something else. You eat your food while watching the news. You talk to your spouse while checking your emails. You are never where your body is. You are always somewhere else. This fragmentation of consciousness is the cause of all your stress. You are pulled in 1,000 directions at once. Meditation is the art of bringing yourself back to the center. It is the art of being one piece. When you are one piece, you have an incredible power. Not the power of the ego over others, but the power of your own presence. When you walk into a room, people feel a certain weight, a certain depth. They don't know what it is, but they feel calmed by your presence. This is because you are rooted in the eternal. You are not just a leaf blowing in the wind. You are the tree itself. But look at your life. It is so superficial. You are constantly worried about what others think of you. You are living a second-hand life. Your ideas are second-hand. Your clothes are second-hand. Your very soul is second-hand. You are a carbon copy of someone else. But the divine only loves originals. To be a religious person means to have the courage to be original, to be yourself, no matter what the cost. If the whole world says you are wrong, but your inner voice says you are right, follow your inner voice. That voice is the voice of God. But you have suppressed that voice for so long that you can no longer hear it. You have replaced it with the voices of your parents, your teachers, your priests, and your politicians. They all want something from you. They want you to be a good citizen, a good soldier, a good consumer, a good follower. None of them want you to be a god, because a god cannot be manipulated. A god cannot be exploited. A god is free. I am here to tell you that you are a god in exile. You have forgotten your kingdom. You have become a beggar in your own palace. And you are begging from other beggars. You go to someone and say, "Love me," and they say, "Only if you love me first." Both are empty. Both are asking for something they don't have. This is what you call a relationship. It is a mutual exploitation. A true relationship is only possible between two kings. Two people who are so full of joy within themselves that they don't need the other. They only want to share. And sharing is a completely different dimension from needing. When you need, you are a slave. When you share, you are a master. This is the meaning of my sannyas. I want you to be masters of your own lives. I don't want you to follow me. I want you to find your own path. My role is just to remind you of your own potential. I am like a person who wakes you up in the morning. Once you are awake, you don't need me to tell you how to walk or where to go. Your own eyes will show you the way. But you are so addicted to being a follower. It is easy to follow. It takes no responsibility. If something goes wrong, you can always blame the leader. But if you walk your own path, you are responsible for every step. This responsibility is what frightens people. They prefer the security of the herd, but the herd is always going toward the slaughterhouse. Only the individual, the one who stands alone, can reach the peaks of the Himalayas. Being alone doesn't mean being lonely. Loneliness is the absence of the other. Aloneness is the presence of the self. Loneliness is a misery. Aloneness is a bliss. In loneliness, you are looking for the other to fill your vacuum. In aloneness, you are so full that you don't even think about the other. You are enough unto yourself. And in that enoughness, you find the divine. You find that you are not separate from the trees, the stars, and the rivers. You are a part of this vast, breathing, dancing existence. This realization is what we call enlightenment. It is not something that happens after death. It happens right now, the moment you drop your ego and your illusions. People ask me, Osho, if we become enlightened, will we still have to work? Will we still have to deal with our busy lives? I tell them, yes. But the quality of your work will change. You will work with a playful spirit. You will not be worried about the results. You will do your best, and then you will leave the rest to the whole. If you succeed, you celebrate. If you fail, you celebrate, because you have learned something from the failure. In the eyes of an enlightened person, there is no success and no failure. There is only experience. Everything is a lesson. Everything is a part of the growth. A busy life is just a set of circumstances. It is like the weather. Sometimes it is sunny, sometimes it is rainy, sometimes it is stormy. The weather changes, but the sky remains. You are the sky. Don't let the weather of your busy life disturb your inner sky. Let the phone ring, let the emails pile up, let the meetings go on, but inside remain a spectator. Don't get involved. Involvement means you have become the doer. Witnessing means you are the observer. The moment you move from involvement to witnessing, all your stress disappears. You are doing the same work, but you are no longer the sufferer. This is the secret of the action in inaction that the Bhagavad Gita speaks of. Krishna tells Arjuna to fight the war, but to remain a witness, to do his duty, but to leave the fruit to God. This is the highest philosophy of life. It is not about running away from the war. It is about being in the middle of the war and yet being as peaceful as a lotus in a pond. The lotus is in the water, but the water doesn't touch it. Your soul should be like that lotus. But the mind is very clever. It will say this sounds very beautiful, but it is not practical. I have a family to support. I have bills to pay. I cannot afford to be a lotus. This is the voice of your fear. Why do you think that being peaceful will make you less efficient? On the contrary, a peaceful person is much more efficient than a stressed person. A stressed person makes mistakes, loses his temper, and wastes his energy. A peaceful person is calm, clear, and focused. He does more work in less time. So meditation is the most practical thing you can do for your business and your family. It is the best investment of your time. Don't look at it as a religious activity. Look at it as a scientific method for optimizing your internal energy. Just as you charge your phone every day, you need to charge your soul every day. And the only way to charge the soul is through silence. Silence is the language of the divine. All other languages are just poor translations. When you are silent, you are in direct communion with the whole. In that silence, you don't need to ask for anything. The whole knows what you need before you even ask. In fact, your very asking is a form of distrust. It is like a small child constantly reminding his mother to feed him. The mother knows she will feed the child when the time is right. Trust at distance This is the most important lesson. We have lost the capacity to trust. We are full of doubt, full of suspicion, full of fear. We think we have to control everything, we have to plan everything, we have to protect ourselves from everything. This control freak attitude is the root of all our misery. The more you try to control, the more you feel out of control. Relax. Let go of the steering wheel for a moment. The universe is not going to crash just because you stopped worrying. The stars will still move, the rivers will still flow, and your heart will still beat. You are not the manager of the universe. You are just a guest. And a guest doesn't worry about the management of the hotel. He just enjoys the stay. Be a guest on this earth. Use everything, enjoy everything, but don't own anything. Don't even own your own body. It was given to you at birth, and it will be taken back at death. It is a rented house. Enjoy it while you are there, but don't get too attached. One day the lease will be up and you will have to move on. If you have lived with awareness, you will move on with a song in your heart. If you have lived with attachment, you will move on with a cry of pain. This life is a school. Every situation is a lesson. Every person you meet is a teacher. Your boss is a teacher of patience. Your enemy is a teacher of forgiveness. Your friend is a teacher of sharing. Even the person who cheats you is a teacher. He is teaching you about the nature of greed and the impermanence of material things. If you have the eyes of a seeker, the whole world is a scripture. But you have your eyes closed. You are looking through the glasses of your ego. And the ego only sees what it wants to see. It sees everything as a means to its own ends. It uses people, it uses nature, it even tries to use God. But the divine cannot be used. The divine can only be lived. I want you to move from using to living. Don't use your meditation to get peace of mind. Let meditation be your peace. Don't use your love to get happiness. Let love be your happiness. When the goal is dropped, the process becomes the goal. And that is the state of bliss. Bliss is not something you get at the end of the road. It is the way you walk the road. If you are not blissful now, you will never be blissful. Bliss is not a result, it is a choice. Choose to be blissful right now, in this very moment, in this very situation. Even if you are in a hospital bed, you can be blissful. Even if you are in a prison, you can be blissful. Because bliss is your inner nature. It doesn't depend on what is happening outside. The external world is a dream. It is a Maya. It is constantly changing, constantly shifting. If you try to find stability in the dream, you will be disappointed. The only stability is in the dreamer. The only stability is in your own consciousness. Find that stability and you will be the master of the dream. I have seen people who have everything, money, power, fame, and yet they are hollow inside. They are like beautiful vases that are empty. And I have seen people who have nothing, and yet they are overflowing with life. They are like a mountain spring that never runs dry. Which one do you want to be? The choice is yours. Every moment you are making that choice. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every action you perform is a choice. You are creating your own heaven or your own hell right now. Don't wait for the judgment day. Every day is judgment day. Your own consciousness is the judge. If you live with awareness, you are in heaven. If you live in unconsciousness, you are in hell. It is as simple as that. There is no other heaven and no other hell. These are not geographical locations. They are psychological states. And you have the key to both. I am here to show you the key, but you have to turn it. I cannot turn it for you. No one can. This is the beauty of the human soul. It is totally free. Even God cannot force you to be enlightened. It must be your own choice. It must be your own effort. But effort is a tricky word. In the beginning, effort is needed. You need to make an effort to be silent, to be aware, to be a witness. But eventually, even the effort must be dropped. You must reach a state of effortless effort. It is like a boat that is being carried by the current of a river. In the beginning, you have to row the boat to get into the middle of the river. But once you are in the current, you can drop the oars. The river will carry you. Meditation is the art of getting into the current of existence. Once you are in the current, you can relax. You don't need to row anymore. You don't need to do anything. You just have to be. And being is the ultimate achievement. It is the end of all journeys. But the mind is afraid of the end. It wants the journey to go on forever. It wants more and more. More money, more power, more knowledge. even more spirituality. This moreness is the disease of the ego. The soul is satisfied with what is. The soul doesn't want more, it wants total. And total is only possible in the present moment. In your busy life, you are always looking for more. I am telling you, look for total. If you are drinking a cup of tea, drink it totally. If you are talking to a friend, talk totally. If you are doing your work, do it totally. Don't leave any part of yourself behind. Be 100% present. This totality is the door to the divine. And when you are total, there is no room for the ego. The ego is always a fragment. It is always part-time. It is never total. Totality is the death of the ego and the birth of the soul. Totality is the beginning of godliness. So don't worry about finding God. Just find totality. Find awareness. Find silence. And God will find you. You don't need to look for the sun. You just need to open your eyes. The sun is already there, shining with all its glory. If you are in darkness, it is not because the sun is missing, it is because your eyes are closed. I am here to open your eyes. I am here to shake you out of your sleep. It might be painful at first. You might not like what you see. You might be horrified by the dust and the garbage in your own heart. But don't be afraid. The light of awareness will burn away the garbage. It will purify your heart. It will make you a temple. And in that temple, the divine will reside. You will no longer be a busy man in a busy world. You will be a silent sanctuary in the middle of a busy world. People will come to you to find peace. They will come to you to find light. Not because you are a teacher, but because you are a presence. This is the goal of my work, to create people who are presences, to create people who are lights. This is the only way to transform the world. Not through politics, not through social work, but through the transformation of human consciousness. If you change, the world changes. If you are silent, the world becomes a little more silent. If you are joyful, the world becomes a little more joyful. Don't wait for the world to change. You be the change. You be the revolution. Start right now in this very moment. Take a deep breath. Feel your presence. Feel the amness vibrating in your heart. You are not a body. You are not a mind. You are not a busy businessman. You are a soul. You are a light. You are a God. Remember this. Carry this remembrance with you throughout your day. When you are in your car, remember, I am a light. When you are in your office, remember, I am a light. When you are with your family, remember, I am a light. This remembrance will change the quality of everything you do. It will turn your work into worship. It will turn your life into a song. The greatest illusion in human history is that we are separate from God. We are not. We are the waves on the divine ocean. We are the rays of the divine sun. We are the notes in the divine music. Just realize this, and you are free. You are an emperor. You are a king. I see a beauty in you that you cannot see. I see a light in you that you have forgotten. My only work is to remind you of that light. My only work is to hold up a mirror so that you can see your own face. And your face is the face of God. Don't be afraid of your own divinity. Don't be afraid of your own greatness. You were born to be an emperor, not a beggar. You were born to dance, not to crawl. You were born to be a song, not a sigh. Wake up. The sun has risen. The birds are singing. The flowers are blooming. The divine is calling you. Don't say, I am busy. Just say, I am here. And in that I am here, the whole journey is completed. I leave you in this silence. I leave you in this presence. Let it grow within you. Let it become your very breath. And one day you will find that there is no you and there is no world. There is only the divine dancing in 1,000 forms. Be silent now. Just be. Now you must look at what you call knowledge. You think that because you have read books, because you have listened to teachers, because you have gathered information about the soul and the divine, you actually know something. But I tell you, all this knowledge is a barrier. It is like a wall you have built between yourself and the truth. The more you know, the less you are capable of experiencing. Knowledge is a way of protecting yourself from the raw impact of reality. When you have a label for something, you feel safe. You see a flower and you say it is a rose. And in that moment, you have stopped looking at the flower. You have replaced the living, breathing mystery of the rose with a dead word. To find the divine in your busy life, you must be willing to become ignorant again. You must drop all your rose labels and look at existence with fresh eyes, as if you are seeing it for the very first time. This is what I call the psychology of the Buddha. The mind of a Buddha is empty of words, empty of concepts, but it is full of presence. It is like a clear mountain lake that reflects the sky exactly as it is. Your mind, on the other hand, is like a muddy pond. Even if the sun is shining, it cannot be reflected because the water is too dirty with thoughts and desires. You are constantly trying to improve yourself. You want to be better. You want to be more virtuous. You want to be more spiritual. But this desire to improve is just another trick of the ego. The ego is never satisfied with what is. It always wants to be something else. If you are a sinner, the ego wants to be a saint. If you are poor, the ego wants to be rich. The object changes, but the wanting remains the same. And that wanting is the source of all your tension. Religion is not about self-improvement. It is about self-acceptance. It is the realization that you are already perfect, just as you are. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to become anyone. You just need to relax into your own being. This relaxation is the ultimate rebellion. Society doesn't want you to relax. If you relax, you cannot be exploited. If you are happy with yourself, you won't buy the useless things the market tells you that you need. If you are peaceful, you won't go to war. Society needs you to be restless, competitive, and miserable. That is how the machinery of the world keeps turning. But a king is someone who has stepped out of this machinery. He may still work in the factory, he may still sit in the office, but his heart is no longer a part of the competition. He is a dropout within his own soul. He does his work because it is a joy to be active, not because he is trying to prove his worth to anyone. He has realized that his worth is intrinsic. It was given to him by existence itself. It cannot be increased by success, and it cannot be decreased by failure. I remember a story of a great Sufi mystic, Hassan. He used to say that he learned the secret of life from a thief. One night, Hassan was lost in the woods and he met a man. He asked the man, "What are you doing here?" The man said, "I am a thief. I am going to the city to break into a house." Hassan asked if he could join him, and the thief agreed. That night the thief tried to break into several houses, but failed each time. Every time he came back empty-handed, he would smile and say, "It's okay. God willing, tomorrow it will happen." Hassan said, "For months I was practicing meditation and finding no results. I was about to give up. Then I remembered the thief. If he can have so much trust and patience for a wrong act like stealing, why can't I have even more for a right act like finding my own soul?" This is the quality of trust, or Shraddha. It is not belief in a doctrine. It is a deep, silent confidence in the process of life. You lack this trust. You are always trying to push the river. You think that if you don't worry, things will go wrong. But I tell you, things are already going as they should. The universe is much bigger than your worries. It has been taking care of itself for billions of years before you were born, and it will keep taking care of itself long after you are gone. Your worry is just a heavy stone you are carrying in your pocket for no reason. Drop the stone. People ask Osho, if we don't worry, will we become lazy? This is a common misunderstanding. Worry is not energy. It is a leakage of energy. A worried person is never truly active. He is just frenetic. His energy is being wasted in internal conflicts. A person who is at peace is actually much more energetic. He is like a coiled spring, silent yet full of potential. When he acts, his action is total. When he rests, his rest is total. This totality is the key to living a blessed life in the middle of a busy world. If you are eating, just eat. Don't let your mind be in the future or the past. Taste the food, feel the texture, experience the nourishment. If you can eat one meal with 100% awareness, you have meditated. If you can walk from your car to your office with 100% awareness, you have found God. God is not hidden in the clouds. He is hidden in the now. But you are never in the now, so you never find Him. Think of the Kasturi Mrig, the musk deer. This deer has a beautiful fragrance that comes from its own navel. But the deer doesn't know this. It smells the fragrance in the air and starts running like crazy, looking for the source. It runs through the thorns, it runs through the mountains, it exhausts itself, but it can never find the source. Because the source is within itself. You are that deer. You are running after pleasure, running after love, running after God, not realizing that the fragrance you are seeking is coming from your own heart. Stop the running. Sit down. Be silent. And suddenly you will smell the musk. You will see that the treasure was always there. This is why I say that religion is the art of becoming an emperor. An emperor doesn't run after anything. Things come to him. When you are centered in your own being, joy follows you like a shadow. You don't have to look for it. It is the natural outcome of being yourself. But we are so afraid of being ourselves because we have been told from childhood that we are not good enough. Your parents told you to be like the neighbor's son. Your teachers told you to be like the heroes in the books. Your priests told you to be like the saints. Everyone wanted you to be someone else. And because you tried so hard to be someone else, you lost the connection with your own original face. My work is to help you find that original face again. And it is not a difficult task because it is already there. You don't have to create it. You just have to stop hiding it. Drop the masks. Even if the world finds your real face ugly or unholy, it doesn't matter. An authentic ugly face is much more beautiful than a fake holy mask. Because authenticity has a vibration of life, and hypocrisy is just a dead weight. I once heard about a man who was very concerned about his character. He was always trying to be perfect. One day, he died and went to heaven. At the gate, Saint Peter asked him, "Did you drink alcohol?" He said, "No, never." "Did you smoke?" "No." "Did you lie?" "No." "Did you gamble?" "No." Saint Peter looked at him and asked, "Then what were you doing? Why did you come here so soon? You didn't even live." This is the tragedy of the moral person. He is so busy avoiding sin that he forgets to live. And to me, the only real sin is not to live totally. The only real virtue is to be alive, to be vibrant, to be a dance. Life is a gift from the divine, and if you don't use the gift, you are insulting the giver. If someone gives you a beautiful flute and you just keep it in a box because you are afraid of making a wrong sound, you are not being respectful, you are being foolish. Play the flute. Even if you make a few jarring notes, it is better than silence born of fear. The divine is not a judge who is waiting to punish you. That is another invention of the mind. The divine is like a parent who wants the child to learn to walk. When the child falls, the parent doesn't get angry. The parent encourages the child to get up and try again. Your failures and your sins are just falls in the process of learning how to live. Don't carry the guilt of the past. Guilt is like a poison that kills the joy of the present. Look at the nature of the mind. The mind is a bridge. It connects the world of the seen with the world of the unseen. But most people get stuck on the bridge. They build their houses on the bridge and start living there. I am telling you, use the bridge to cross over. The mind is a good tool for communication and for managing the material world, but it cannot give you the experience of the eternal. For that, you must go beyond the mind. How to go beyond the mind? Through the witness. I have been repeating this word witness or sakshi because it is the most powerful method ever discovered. Whatever the mind is doing, just watch it. If the mind is angry, don't say, I am angry. Say, anger is there and I am watching it. This small shift in language creates a huge shift in consciousness. It creates a space between you and the emotion. And in that space, the emotion loses its power over you. It is like watching a fire from a distance. The fire is hot, the fire is bright, but it cannot burn you because you are not in it. Most people are in their emotions. They are the fire. That is why they are constantly being burned. Meditation is the art of stepping out of the fire and becoming the observer. In your busy life, you have many fires. There is the fire of ambition, the fire of jealousy, the fire of stress. If you stay in them, you will be reduced to ashes. If you become the witness, you will see that these fires are just temporary disturbances on the surface of your being. They come and they go, but your inner silence remains untouched. I remember a king who was very temperamental. He asked a wise man to give him a mantra for his anger. The wise man gave him a small ring and said, whenever you are very angry or even very happy, just read what is written inside this ring. The king looked inside and saw 4 words. This too shall pass. This is the ultimate truth of the material world. Everything is passing. The pleasure you are chasing will pass. The pain you are avoiding will pass. The body you are protecting will pass. If you can remember this in every situation, you will find a deep stability. You will not get too excited by success, and you will not get too depressed by failure. You will remain in the middle path, the path of the Buddha. The middle path is not a compromise. It is a state of balance. It is like a tightrope walker. He stays in the middle by constantly moving slightly to the left and slightly to the right. He is in a dynamic equilibrium. Your life should be like that. Don't be an extremist. Don't be a workaholic. And don't be a lazy dreamer. Be active in the world, but be silent in your heart. This is the harmony of Zorba the Buddha. Zorba is the man of the earth. He loves wine, he loves women, he loves song, he loves dance. He is 100% material. Buddha is the man of the sky. He loves silence. He loves meditation. He loves the eternal. He is 100% spiritual. In the past, these two have been separated. You were either a Zorba or a Buddha. If you were a Zorba, you were called a sinner. If you were a Buddha, you were called a saint. But I tell you, a person who is only Zorba is shallow, and a person who is only Buddha is like a ghost, without blood and bones. I want you to be Zorba the Buddha. I want you to have the richness of the earth and the height of the sky. I want you to be a king in the marketplace and a sage in the forest. There is no contradiction between the two. In fact, they complete each other. The busy life is the Zorba part of you. The search for God is the Buddha part of you. Let them meet. Let your work be infused with silence. Let your silence be expressed through your work. When these two dimensions merge, your life becomes a masterpiece. You become a whole human being. But this wholeness is only possible if you drop the I. The I is the wall that keeps the Zorba and the Buddha apart. The I wants to be either this or that. It cannot handle the vastness of both. The I is always choosing, always judging, always dividing. But reality is undivided. The tree is not separate from the soil. The soil is not separate from the water. The water is not separate from the sun. The whole existence is a single interconnected web. When you realize this, you stop being a soldier and you become a lover. A soldier fights existence. A lover flows with it. A soldier is full of tension. A lover is full of grace. In your busy life, have you noticed how much tension you carry in your body? Your shoulders are tight, your jaw is clenched, your stomach is in knots. This is the soldier's posture. You are ready for a battle that never comes. Relax your body. Relaxation is the beginning of meditation. If the body is tense, the mind cannot be silent. Every hour, take 1 minute to just relax your muscles. Let the tension flow out of your fingertips. Feel the weight of your body on the chair. Breathe deeply and slowly. This small physical relaxation will create a ripple effect in your mind. And don't be afraid of death. Death is the final relaxation. We are afraid of death because we have been taught that it is the end. But death is not the end of life. It is the end of the ego. Life continues. Just as the waves disappear, but the ocean remains, your body and mind will disappear, but your consciousness will return to the source. If you can learn to die every day through meditation, then when the actual death comes, you will greet it like an old friend. You will know that you are losing nothing of value. I once knew a Zen master who was dying. His disciples were crying around his bed. He opened his eyes and said, "Why are you crying? I am just going to the other room, and I have been practicing how to walk into that room for 50 years. I am ready for the party." This is the spirit of a sannyasin. He has found the deathless within himself. So the death of the body is no longer a tragedy. It is just a change of clothes. In your busy life, you are constantly worried about survival. You are afraid of losing your job, losing your money, losing your health. But what are you really trying to survive? The body will die anyway. The money will stay here anyway. The only thing that survives is the awareness you have gathered. If you focus on that, all your fears will vanish. You will live with a lion's heart. A lion doesn't worry about survival. He lives totally in the moment. He doesn't store food for tomorrow. He doesn't have a retirement plan. He is the king of the forest because he is 100% present. You are the king of your own life, but you are living like a sheep. You are following the crowds, you are afraid of the dark, and you are constantly looking for a shepherd to guide you. I am not your shepherd. I am here to tell you that there is no shepherd and there is no herd. You are a unique, individual spark of the divine. Stand on your own feet. Look with your own eyes. Find your own truth. This is the only way to become an emperor. And don't worry about being busy. Busyness is a wonderful opportunity. It is the friction that creates the fire of awareness. If you have nothing to do, you will just fall asleep. But when you are busy, you are forced to be awake. Use the pressure of your life to deepen your meditation. The more the world pushes you, the more you should push inwards. Think of a diver. The deeper he wants to go into the ocean, the more weight he has to carry to overcome the buoyancy of the water. Your busy life is that weight. It is helping you to dive deep into the silence of your own soul. Without the weight, you would just float on the surface. So be grateful for your busy life. Be grateful for your challenges. Be grateful even for your enemies. They are all part of the divine conspiracy to wake you up. And once you are awake, you will see that everything was a blessing. You will see that there was never any problem to solve, only a mystery to be lived. In the next part, we will explore the art of celebration. Because once you have found the silence, your life must become a festival. A silence that doesn't sing is a dead silence. A peace that doesn't dance is the peace of a graveyard. Your religion must be a celebration of existence. This brings us to the most beautiful dimension of existence, the art of celebration. Many people think that once they become silent, once they become meditative, life will become dry and monotonous. They imagine a spiritual person as someone who sits in a dark room, eyes closed, with a long, serious face. I tell you, that is not spirituality, that is a clinical depression. If your silence does not burst into song, if your peace does not move into a dance, then your silence is forced. It is not natural. Look at existence. Is it serious? Look at the trees. Look at the stars. Look at the birds. Is there any trace of seriousness in them? Seriousness is a disease created by the ego. The ego loves to be serious because it gives it a sense of importance. A serious person feels significant, but a person who can laugh, a person who can dance, a person who can play, the ego cannot survive in such an atmosphere. Laughter is the greatest medicine for the ego. In your busy life, you have forgotten how to laugh. You laugh only when there is a reason to laugh. You wait for a joke. You wait for a comedy show. You wait for a success. But I tell you, learn to laugh for no reason at all. Just wake up in the morning and laugh at the absurdity of it all. Laugh that you are alive. Laugh that the sun has risen. Laugh that you have another day to play in this magnificent garden called existence. This unconditional laughter is the highest form of prayer. When you are joyful, you are close to the divine. In fact, joy and the divine are two words for the same thing. When you are miserable, you are far away, closed off in your own small dark hole. The divine is a celebration, a 24-hour festival. And to participate in this festival, you don't need any special invitation. You just need to be present and you need to be playful. I want you to bring this playfulness into your work. Why do you call it work? Why can't you call it play? The difference between work and play is only in your attitude. Work is something you do for a result. Play is something you do for the sheer joy of doing it. If you love what you are doing, it is no longer work. It becomes a creative expression of your soul. A painter doesn't work on a canvas, he plays with colors. A musician doesn't work with sounds, he plays with notes. If you have stayed with me on this long journey of words and silence, it is because your heart is ready for this transformation. If these insights have lit even a small lamp of awareness in you, I invite you to subscribe to this channel. This is not just a button, it is a gesture of joining a community of seekers, a caravan of people who are walking toward the light. Your presence here is a gift. Please like this video and comment below. Tell me, what was the moment in your life when you felt most alive? What was the moment when the busy world stopped and the blessed world began? Your stories are the flowers in this garden. And if you feel that these teachings can help someone you love, a friend struggling with his stress, a colleague lost in competition, a family member searching for meaning, please share this video with them. In this world of darkness, being a medium for the light is the greatest service you can perform. As you move through your daily life, remember that you are not a worker, you are a creator. Whether you are building a bridge, writing a code, or cooking a meal, do it with the heart of an artist. When you do something with love and awareness, it becomes sacred. You don't need to go to a temple to find the sacred. You create the sacred through your actions. Many of you ask how you can support this mission further. If you feel a deep resonance with these words and wish to help us reach more souls across the globe, you can click the join button to become a member of our inner circle. This support allows us to keep this lamp of wisdom burning bright. You can also use the super thanks feature to contribute directly to this work. And for those who wish to dive even deeper, to study these mysteries at their own pace and in their own silence, we have a collection of ebooks available. These books are not just words, they are echoes of the eternal silence. By purchasing them, you are not only helping yourself, but also supporting the continued existence of this platform. But remember, the most important support you can give is your own transformation. If you become a little more silent, a little more joyful, a little more loving, you have done more for the world than all the politicians and social reformers combined. A single candle can light 1,000 others. Be that candle. Now let us look at the final illusion, the illusion of the goal. We are a goal-oriented society. We are always going somewhere. But I tell you, there is no goal. Existence is purposeless. This might sound scary to your mind, but it is the most liberating truth. If there is a goal, then life is a race. If there is a goal, then there is a finish line. And once you reach it, everything is over. But life is not a race, it is a song. Does a song have a goal? Is the goal of the song to reach the final note as quickly as possible? No. The goal of the song is the song itself, from the first note to the last. The goal of a dance is the dance itself. If the goal of a dance was to reach a certain point on the stage, you would just walk there. Why dance? You are the song, you are the dance. Stop trying to reach somewhere. You have already arrived. You have always been here. This here-ness and now-ness is the ultimate destination. The only thing that is missing is your awareness of it. You are like a king who has fallen asleep and is dreaming that he is a beggar. All I am doing is shaking you and saying, "Wake up, your majesty. The palace is yours. The treasure is yours. You don't need to beg anymore." This waking up is what I call enlightenment. It is not a supernatural event. It is just the end of a dream. It is the end of the busy dream and the beginning of the blessed reality. And once you are awake, you can still play the part of the beggar if you want to, for the fun of it. But you will know that it is a part. You will not be identified with it. You will not suffer. I see a world where every home is a temple. Every act is a prayer, and every person is a Buddha. It is possible. It is not a utopia. It is your natural state. We have just drifted away from it. We have become too civilized, which is just a fancy word for being too plastic. We have lost our touch with the earth, with the trees, with the animals, and with our own instincts. Go back to nature. Spend time with the trees. They are great meditators. Spend time with the silent mountains. They will teach you the art of being unmoving. Look at the flowing river. It will teach you the art of let go. And then bring that silence, that unmovingness, and that let go back into your office, back into your marketplace. Don't be a part-time seeker. Be a seeker 24 hours a day. Not by thinking about God, but by being godly. What is godliness? It is the quality of being total, being aware, and being loving. If you can bring these three qualities to your busy life, you have found the secret of the ages. You have found the philosopher's stone that turns lead into gold. As we come to the end of this sharing, I want you to feel a deep gratitude for this moment. This moment is a gift. We are here together across time and space, connected by a single thread of consciousness. This is a miracle. Feel the beauty of this connection. Feel the warmth of this love. Life is short. Don't waste it in trivialities. Don't waste it in anger. Don't waste it in fear. Live it so totally that when death comes, you can say, I have lived. I have tasted the juice of existence. I have sung my song. I have danced my dance. I am ready to return to the source. If you die with this feeling, you will not be born again into the world of business and misery. You will merge with the whole. You will become the stars. You will become the wind. You will become the silence. You will be home. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your silence. I leave you with my love and my blessings. Carry this light with you. Be a light unto yourself. Subscribe, like, and share this light with the world. Explore our join options and ebooks to stay connected on this path. Goodbye for now, but remember, in the world of the spirit, there are no goodbyes. We are always together in the eternal now. Be joyful, be celebratory, be a king.